Hello everyone and welcome back to AneurynPlays. I am as always Aneurin, and today we're going to be continuing our journey through Atari history in Atari 50, the anniversary celebration. But before all that, before we get into it, and this is definitely going to be another long one, I want to welcome you all, say how are you doing, how are things today? Hey Tim, hey Robin, welcome to the streams. To the streams? To all one of them. Hello, please. Hello. How are you guys doing today? What have you been up to? Have you been playing any games recently? That's the thing that we do on this channel. We play video games and we celebrate video games. And people are saying hello, please. I don't know if this is a meme or something, but I'm completely out of the loop. We have Kiko here, as always, the moderator for this evening. Yeah, so what are you guys up to? What have you been doing? What are you playing right now? I bought a game that's currently on sale on Nintendo eShop called Dadish. It's a very simple concept. He's a radish and he's a dad, so he's a Dadish. And, yeah, I just completely plowed through it last night. I from beginning to end, I just played Dadish. So really fun, a fun but tricky platformer. Definitely something that you might want to play as like a stepping stone towards games like Super Meat Boy. Got some frustrating moments with mechanics that need to line up, you know, to get them to work right. But yeah. Dadish is a really fun game, and especially the writing. I really enjoyed the writing. I thought it was really, really funny. Hey, Fructose, welcome to the stream. Oh, it's Robin's greeting. Oh, okay. You've been playing Future 2000? Immediately, I thought you were talking about Black Future 2088. That's clearly not. Future 2000. I don't know this one. Is it another Gamba game? Let's have a little look. Future 2000. Oh. Oh wait, no, this is something else. Hold on. Okay, if you search Future 2000, right, you get a bunch of nostalgic stuff, like the artist renditions of what the year 2000 would be like. Future 2000 technology, yeah. Hang on a second. Future 2000 game. Try that. I'm not seeing anything. Future Racer? Oh, it's a right. Okay, never mind. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That is all for this evening. Gonna leave it right there. Thank you. Okay. Fructose, can't stick around, but good luck with the stream. No worries, man. You have a good one, whatever you're doing. I started playing a short hike on my lunch breaks at work, and in 2 days of 1 hour lunch, I'm 20 minutes in, because my co-workers keep following me into my quiet corner and talking to me. Ah. Ah, damn that socialization. After watching the rant on Tears of the Kingdom, I decided to pick it up again. Yeah, I kind of feel like that's, you know, that's kind of the situation that I usually get when I end up ranting about, Legend of Zelda, regardless of what game it is like someone will say, oh, did you see this about Legend of Zelda? And then I go on a hour-long rant about it, and they go, huh, maybe I should pick it up. It's nice to have that effect. But yeah. No, I wasn't sure about a bunch of the stuff without getting too deep into it, because I think I did go on a bit too long last night with the Tears of the Kingdom rant, but there were a few things in Tears of the Kingdom that I was like, yeah, not sure I would have gone that direction. But in the end, you know, it wasn't my story to tell. And who knows, one day maybe it will be. But right now, it's not my story to tell, and we don't have to agree. But to swear off a game, to say that, oh, I'm never playing this again, just because it didn't... you know, didn't confirm your headcanon. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. It's like, I'm not going to enjoy this game because you didn't confirm my headcanon. Come on, get over yourself, guys. Get over yourself. It's not about you. And that's something I feel like... Oh no, I probably won't. I'll be honest. Maybe I will. I don't know, but I probably won't. I don't tend to watch a lot of those channels anymore. I'm more interested in, like, video game news rather than theorizing and stuff like that. I've just kind of fallen out of that. I did have someone tell me, though, that I should go back into theorizing. Like, I could kind of understand where they're coming from, but at the same time, I don't think it's for me anymore. But, no, someone was saying that I should, considering I'm so, you know, I've got this very strict idea in mind of how a game theory should be constructed, that it needs to be based on the game, it needs to be done right. They were saying that maybe I should be doing theorizing so that I, like, set a standard. I'm thinking to myself, I'm never gonna set a standard. But I don't know, if that is something that you guys are interested in, if you do want to hear my Zelda theories, let me know, because genuinely it's something I could do, but I just don't want to be, I kind of don't want to be associated with the community that just keeps making stuff up, you know, and I kind of feel like that's where we're at the moment. The problem I find with theory channels quite often is if you've made your name writing theories for a particular game or series, what do you do when you run out of things to say? Sadly, I feel like a lot of theory channels, not saying all, definitely not saying all, but sadly I feel like some channels just make stuff up. I've seen so many Zelda theories that start with, okay, but if we ignore these canon events, what if? And it's like, no, that's not how that works. It's not how it works. You can't ignore something in a game and then say, and therefore my theory is correct. It's like, no, it's really not. Because you're intentionally leaving out bits of information that contradict your theory. So it's not a theory, it's just wrong. So, I don't know, maybe if it's something that you're interested in, maybe I would, I'd give it a shot. You probably get into drama with the bigger channels. Yeah, probably. A game theory. Thanks for watching. In the Mario theory I wrote for Lockston, I did roast Matt Pat. The whole thing starts off with Lockston talking to the skeleton character Noggin. And he says, Noggin turns around and says, "Don't tell me, Mario was dead to begin with. Funny, I didn't see MatPat written on the office door." Loxton actually kept that one in, I really like. I actually thought he was going to remove that. But he liked it and he used it, and I thought, oh damn it, I'm causing drama. I wonder if any channels I watch belong to the ones that makes laws. That makes law? Like, just make stuff up? Like I said, I don't really want to cause drama. I don't want to start drama. I especially don't want to start drama between this channel and other channels. I kind of figured that you were going to... There were a couple of channels that I thought may have started, you know, being a little bit overly dramatic when it came to the headcanon thing. We got beef, we got drama. We got beef, we got pork, we got lamb, we got everything. Yeah, I wasn't sure exactly which one, but I had a few names in mind of who it could be, and the reason that I had those particular Zelda theorists in mind, the one that you named last night being one of them, is because they're all the three I had in my head were all channels that I have commented on saying, hey, that doesn't work. Because that's a thing, you know. I've made comments saying, you know, if you stroke the egos, if you turn around and say, oh yeah, no, I really love this theory, they'll respond to you, like, almost immediately. It's like some of them are watching their comments. And there's a couple on Twitter where if you comment or you respond to something they post on Twitter, you'd be like, and you say, oh yeah, no, it was really great, they'll respond to you immediately. But those same ones are interestingly silent when you ask them questions, ask them to elaborate something, or you tell them that something was wrong. It's interesting. You can kind of tell. And you kind of stop watching those series after this. Yeah, exactly. So far, I don't want to be that guy, because I hate being that guy. Because I'm not doing this out of a sense of ego. I'm doing this out of a sense of I want it to be known what is correct and what is accurate. But when it came to everyone predicting what games were going to be coming next, I was the only one that was correct. And that is purely because I was going by the truth, you know? I was going by the facts. I was looking at what games have been written, what stories have been written in the games, and I was going, okay, what makes sense? And I was right. Like I said, I predicted straight away, as soon as Breath of the Wild came out and I played through it, and they said that they were going to be making a sequel, not a sequel, that they were working on another story for Breath of the Wild. It wasn't even confirmed to be a sequel yet. It was just going to be a massive story DLC. I said, I know what they're going to do. They're going back to the sky, and they're going to re-release Skyward Sword. And I was right on both accounts. That was like the first thing I said when they first even announced it. Aonuma said that they were going to be doing a big story DLC. And during that short Nintendo Direct. It wasn't really Nintendo Direct, it was just Aonuma talking to the audience. As soon as he mentioned it, I was like, I know what they're doing next. Because it made sense. It made perfect sense. But everyone was still going on about, oh, Twilight Princess is going to be the next re-release, and Wind Waker as well. No, it's not. It's going to be Skyward Sword. It has to be Skyward Sword. Because Skyward Sword, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom are going to make up a trilogy of games. And I was right. I hate being that guy. I genuinely don't like being the guy that says I told you so, but yeah, I gotta take my own, you know, what's the word? I gotta give myself props where it's due. Oh, I was right. And there's so much Skyward Sword in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, especially Tears of the Kingdom. The amount of Skyward Sword that's in Tears of the Kingdom, even though it doesn't mesh with the origins of Hyrule, the way we were told in Skyward Sword, it is still a lot of Skyward Sword in Tears of the Kingdom. It's not because of my ego. Also, I was right. It isn't ego. It's just like saying, like, if everyone in the world is saying 1 + 1 = 3, and you come along and you go, no, it's 2. That's not ego. That's just being right. And that's why I need to, like, really preface that. I'm not saying I'm morally correct. I'm not saying I'm better than anyone else. I'm just saying I was right. And I feel like a lot of people weren't happy that their headcanon wasn't confirmed. And in fact, looking at, like, there's some interesting stuff. There are interesting parallels you can draw between Skyward Sword and Tears of the Kingdom, to the extent that, you know, the Zonai version of Link? This is interesting. The Zonai version of Link that we see in Tears of the Kingdom, the original champion. Now, isn't that interesting? It's the champion from all those years ago, but he's a Zonai. It makes me wonder if the people of Skyloft were Zonai. Not actually Hylians. It's an interesting thought. It's an interesting direction to go. Because, like, if you go back to the A Link to the Past origins, it says in there, in the manual, that there are two groups of humans. There's the Hyruleans, which are the people who live in Hyrule, and there's the Hylians, and the Hylians are the people of Hyrule with long years. And it is said in that history that the Hylians were given long years so that they could hear the voices of the spirits and the gods. Makes you think, doesn't it? It's like, hang on a minute. The Zonai have really long years. Are the Zonai the true Hylians? And interbreeding between the Zonai and the Hylians gave us the Hyruleans? Sorry, the Zonai and the humans. Let's call them humans for the sake of differentiation. If the Zonai and the humans interbred to become Hylians, that would make a lot of sense. As a man who's been with Nintendo since I was 4, I don't even try to pretend Nintendo knows what they're writing. there's little to no continuity and they just make it up. To a certain extent, that's true. I mean, they definitely... the way they... And I read this out last night directly from the Hyrule Historia, where it says, when it comes to creating a Zelda game, their first instinct is, what mechanics can we do? What interesting new thing can we do with this game? It's all about gameplay first. Then they think about story, and then they worry about the timeline. And very rarely do they worry about the timeline. But it's not strictly true that there is no continuity. There is continuity, and it is very well... Absolutely it does. Skyward Sword and Tears of the Kingdom mesh almost perfectly. I thought it didn't, but the more I've looked into it, it does. It really, really does. The only thing that we have is a differentiation of art style and the way different characters and different tribes are portrayed. That doesn't mean that it doesn't work together. It just means that there are certain things that you have to let slide. Because they were designed with different ideas in mind. But as I've pointed out before, there absolutely is continuity in The Legend of Zelda. It was designed that way. And the way that they tend to do is they focus on... They write a story, then they focus on a particular aspect of that story and make a sequel out of it. And that's what they did with The Legend of Zelda. The very first Legend of Zelda game is literally boy meets old woman, get sword, fight pig. Get Doritos. You know? That's it. You get the magic Doritos, and that's the end of the game. Because there wasn't much of a story there. It was very simply a boy experiencing an adventure. The follow-up game, The Legend of Zelda Adventure of Link, was focusing on what is the Triforce. Oh yeah, no, Zelda is definitely story. It's in the development side of things, it is gameplay driven. In the execution, everything is story driven. Anyway, as I was saying, so in the very first game we are told that there's a Triforce of Wisdom and a Triforce of Power. We save the princess, get the magic Doritos, and end of game. In Zelda 2, it goes, okay, what is the Triforce? Well, to begin with, there's 3 of them, not 2, and the Triforce of Courage is missing. Okay, that's interesting. That's not something we knew about in the first game. And they reveal that the Triforce of Courage was hidden long ago, and now Link has to overcome to reclaim that Triforce. And he gets the Triforce marker on the back of his hand. His success in defeating Ganon is the reason why he is chosen to reclaim the Triforce of Courage. Okay, cool. That's a direct sequel. It makes sense. You know, you claim the Triforce of Power and Wisdom, and you now are going for the Triforce of Courage. Cool. There we go. Originally, during development, A Link to the Past was supposed to have been a sequel to Zelda 2, but before it actually came out, it was changed to being a prequel, and it was the origin of the downfall of Hyrule, and that's what they looked at in A Link to the Past. Now, there's one single line of dialogue that says that Ganon was once a thief from the desert called Ganondorf Dragmire. So what did Nintendo do? They took that single line of dialogue and made Ocarina of Time. An explanation of where Ganon came from. The very first time that Ganondorf became Ganon. They made an entire story focused around the evolution of Ganondorf Dragmire. The story of Zelda is only good when you look at it look at all the various good parts of the story sprinkled throughout collectively. Twilight Princess has the best story of all the Zeldas, and even then it's not fantastic. Yeah, I don't know. I disagree. I think it's really good. I think the story is really well told. The way they do it, the execution of the story is actually really well done. Because, like I said, anyway, you've got the story of Ganondorf, which is Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time leaves it kind of open-ended because there's two timelines. At the time, even at the time of developing it, they were aware that there were two timelines. They were like, okay, if Link is sent back to the past, that means that there's two potential outcomes. There's the adult timeline and the child timeline. And originally, the way they had it written was that whatever they made next would be one timeline, and the Link to the Past timeline would be the other timeline. But that got changed up when Hyrule Historia came out and they added a third timeline. The third timeline doesn't make a whole lot of sense because it's more of a what-if than an actual timeline. But still, following Ocarina of Time, they created Wind Waker, which is directly following after Link defeats Ganon, Link is sent back to the past, Wind Waker happens. And then in the child timeline, you've got Twilight Princess. Well, you've got Majora's Mask, and then Twilight Princess. And they follow on from each other just fine. And in fact, and this is one of the things that I mentioned yesterday, is that Twilight Princess hints at a connection between Ganondorf and the Twily, suggesting that they may be actually the demon tribe. Because he said to Ganondorf's essence says to Zant, "My malice is within you." And so, yeah, you know, that's one of those things. Skyward Sword then is, again, they take an aspect of the story and they expand on it. They took the story that was, what is the Master Sword? And they wrote a story to explain what the Master Sword is. It's they always do the same thing. They take an aspect of the previous game to write the next game. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom kind of gave me the sense that the devs are trying to make the players make their own story. To a certain extent, I would have to agree with that, because it is a very open world, very open-ended story to an extent, and they've supposedly set it so far in the future. That is literally just said to appease timeline theorists. That's literally it. I don't think that it is set so far in the future. To me, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are in their own timeline. That seems to be the most obvious conclusion, because it's impossible for Breath of the Wild to take place after Wind Waker. It's impossible. Zelda's been my favorite game series of all time up until 2022. I played them all, but I just can't look past the lack of care for the story and lore anymore. I don't see a lack of care. Fourth timeline? Fifth timeline. It's actually a fifth timeline, technically. Because, or arguably sixth timeline, but that's neither here nor there. There's also the only true combined timeline. There actually is a combined timeline. And the combined timeline is that of Hyrule Warriors. It's not canon to the rest of the series, but it is a timeline in which other elements of the series are brought together, where you have this sort of universal, or I should say multiversal, crash, where they all come crashing together. It's not canon, but it doesn't have to be. That is its own timeline. And Skyward Sword pulls the other timelines and different eras during those timelines together. Hyrule Warriors crashes all those timelines and eras together. which is I find that Hyrule Warriors to be a really cool idea. But I would say Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are an alternate timeline that spins off of like the very origins of the of Hyrule. I don't think they've established a specific event in which I can say with absolute certainty this is the point where the timeline splits. But I do believe it is a separate, essentially a reboot timeline. And Skyward Sword was written to appease this new timeline more than it was to tell the story of the established timeline. For example, the goddess Hylia. The goddess Hylia is never mentioned throughout the entirety of Zelda lore. There is no goddess Hylia, except for in Skyward Sword. So it makes no sense whatsoever for goddess Hylia to be the preeminent goddess, the main goddess that everyone worships. Excuse me. To the extent that even though the golden goddesses are being seen as being the highest ranking of goddesses, the 3 golden goddesses are the tops. Hylia is the one that everyone prays to. Everyone says Hylia, you know, her grace, blessed be, and all that sort of stuff. To Hylia. So it makes no sense that for 10,000 years, Hylia is completely unknown. Until suddenly, she's the preeminent goddess again. The only explanation for that is that it's a separate timeline. A timeline where worship of Hylia never faltered. That there was always worship of Hylia. And that would make it Skyward Sword, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. If that's the case, then isn't Nintendo Smash Bros. An alternate convergence? Yeah, that's kind of like its own thing as well, though. Because, apparently, according to... Oh, I don't remember who actually said this. But someone was asking questions about Link in Smash Bros. And they said that it's all the same Link. So... even though in Super Smash Bros. On N64, it was Ocarina of Time Link, and then on the GameCube and the Wii, it was Twilight Princess Link. Oh, wait, hang on. No, on the GameCube, it was also Ocarina of Time. On the Wii, it was Twilight Princess, and then after that, it was Skyward Sword, and now it's the Champion Tunic version in the latest version, that it's all the same Link. Like, it's not supposed to be different Links. Child Link is still Child Link, and Toon Link is still Toon Link, and they're the same. But apparently it's the same Link through all of them. I would just say that, seeing as Smash Bros. Is like a big crossover, if you absolutely wanted to try to force it into continuity, you could. But for the most part, I would just say it's a non-canon storyline. You know, it's something that happens. It doesn't really need to make sense in Zelda canon, but it did. It's the same goes for Soul Calibur. Link appears in Soul Calibur. Okay. That's not strictly canon. It's just a cameo. By 2022, after playing Horizon Zero Dawn, The Frozen Wilds, Forbidden West, all multiple times, reading the comics, is when I realized that my favorite game series of all time felt flat in storytelling. Now, I'm not calling Horizon a literary masterpiece, but that alone says a lot about Zelda. I don't know. I don't know. I disagree. I feel like there's a lot... I think the reason that people love Legend of Zelda, and why there's so many people that theorize on Legend of Zelda, is because the way that they tell their stories. Like I said, it's always a, right, we're going to focus on this aspect and expand it into its own game. But they always drop hints that there's more. and they leave it for the fans to tell their own stories. The problem that obviously I'm addressing here isn't necessarily that that's bad storytelling. It's that sometimes the fans take it too far. And sometimes the theorists are the ones that are saying, Zelda is wrong because my headcanon is right. They don't really make it up as they go, though. That's what I was trying to tell you. They always... There's an aspect of that. There's an aspect of we're going to do what we want to do. But then again, that is the basis of the Zelda series. It's not... You're not playing... This is what happened. You are playing the legend of Zelda. You are playing a retelling of events. It's not meant to be precise and factual. There is supposed to be a little bit of leeway here and there. I mean, if you don't like that method of storytelling, that's fine. You know, I'm not telling you have to. But I don't think that makes it bad storytelling. I just feel like it's a different way of storytelling. I just need to play more Zelda games. I still have a bunch on the to-do list. I've still got a few things I want to do. I think... See, this is the thing, is that when I was streaming over on Twitch, I was playing through all the Zelda games. Because I just wanted to play through all of them. And I wanted to do that again when I started on YouTube. But I don't feel the personal need to do so. No, that's not true. Nintendo had no interest in the timeline until 2012, that's not true. Because there was the website, they already had a website which had a timeline on it. Way before 2012. The website was started, I believe, in 2000, I say way, but about 3 years before 2012. It was in 2009 that they had a website, which was a Legend of Zelda official website, and it had a timeline on it. It just didn't have 3 timelines, it only had 2. And it wasn't portrayed as a timeline. It was just it was telling the events of each of the games and where they fit in comparison to each other. In that timeline? No, not the Skyward Sword one. Before that. This is what I was saying. In the original timeline, like I said, they never had like an image of the timeline. That was drawn for that was drawn up for the Hyrule Historia, and that was promotional for Skyward Sword. Before that, they had a dual timeline, where in the adult timeline, let me get this right. I want to make sure I get it right. Yeah, in the adult timeline was the Downfall series of games, including Twilight Princess, because that was considered a Downfall game. And they had the child no, wait, other way around, sorry. The child timeline was the Downfall timeline, and the adult timeline was Wind Waker. And then they split it into 3 for the Historia, because Aonuma rearranged it. But there was a timeline, and Nintendo were keeping track of where games were placed on that timeline because of how they were writing it. That's what I was just saying, was that after the first Zelda, they created a direct sequel, Zelda 2. Then they created a prequel, being Link to the Past. After doing Link to the Past, they decided, we're going to explore the history of Ganondorf Dragmire. So they created Ocarina of Time. They always knew where on the timeline a game was supposed to be placed, because it was taking an element of the previous game to make the next one. And with Ocarina of Time, the reason that Ocarina of Time screws up everything, the reason Ocarina of Time screws up everything is simply because you can't have a game where the hero loses. And that was a problem, because in order for A Link to the Past to be accurate, Link needed to lose. And they kind of like, well, we can't do that. We can't do that, because that means that we need a game where the hero loses, and we can't do that. So that's why they later on split it into a third timeline and say that Link lost. To add my 2 cents, I never saw the website for either of those timelines, but I did own a magazine which had a timeline in it and assumed it was based on Nintendo information. Ooh, do you know what? I might still have a magazine with a timeline in it. There was a copy of Nintendo magazine from the UK. Oh, hold on a second. Now, where would that would probably be still in the UK, unfortunately. Damn. There was a Nintendo magazine that was released shortly after Twilight Princess, where they had a timeline. And that was, the dual timeline was in that, rather than the triple timeline. Huh. Just thinking about that now. Yeah, I'm not sure, I'm not sure how official it was. Take in consideration, timeline theorizing for Legend of Zelda has existed for decades. You know? It really kicked up when Ocarina of Time happened, because there was the question of, wait, so which timeline is actually the real timeline? Was it the child timeline, or was it the adult timeline? Because it was quite obvious that when Link went back into the past, he was changing things and changed how the future outcome happened. But that future outcome was still there, you know? And when Zelda used her power, her divine power, in conjunction with the Ocarina of Time, she was able to send Link even further back. See, there was an argument here for it being that there were actually 3 timelines that spin out of Ocarina of Time. And I believed that one for a long time. Because you've got the child timeline and the adult timeline. And then you've got the timeline where Link is sent to before he meets Zelda. However, that isn't actually, that's not, that third timeline, before he meets Zelda timeline, that is the child timeline. A series was never created with a timeline in mind. With the publishing of Skyward Sword and Hyrule Historian, Nintendo decided to create a timeline to put the theories at rest. Okay. That isn't what I said, though. You don't... Like... The official chronology was revealed in detail in The Legend of Zelda Hyrule Historia, published in December 2011. Okay. But that was the final one. That was the chronology as decided by Eiji Aonuma. Before that, they still had a timeline. However, you know, whether or not it's I don't know how to put it any other way. Like, you don't need to quote things at me. I know that the Historia is the first time that they officially announced this is the actual timeline. You can quote that all you like. I know these quotes. It doesn't mean anything. No, it wasn't pre-planned. I didn't say it was pre-planned. Please stop quoting things at me. Nothing that I've said has contradicted this. The development of Legend of Zelda had the concept, it has to have a concept of chronology. If you make a game and then you make a direct sequel to that game, you have just created a timeline. Even if there's only 2 games, that's a timeline. You have confirmed that Adventure of Link is a direct sequel to Legend of Zelda. That's a timeline. I'm not talking about the official drawn-up chronology as written in Hyrule Historia. I am talking about the actual literal timeline that is something that they have been working with for the entirety of the series. They create one game, they made a sequel, that's then a timeline. They made a prequel, that's a timeline. They make a prequel to the prequel, Ocarina of Time, that's a timeline. They acknowledge that Wind Waker is a direct sequel to the adult timeline of Ocarina of Time. That is a split timeline. It doesn't matter whether it's officially stated. The games are written to be sequels and prequels of each other. That is a timeline. I think people put way too much stock in the concept that if someone says that Nintendo had a Zelda timeline, or that Zelda has a timeline and has had a timeline since the beginning, that doesn't mean that they had a... When Shigeru Miyamoto sat down and created The Legend of Zelda, he didn't go, okay, so this year we're going to release Legend of Zelda, next year we're going to do Adventure of Link, in 3 years' time we're going to do Link to the Past, then we're going to go with Ocarina of Time, and all this was written in 1980. I'm not saying that, I never said that. What I'm saying is, every single game is created with the concept of a timeline in mind, because they are all actually defined as being sequels or prequels to other games. And if you do that, you are creating a timeline. I don't give a shit about its 2011 timeline. I don't agree with the 2011 timeline. And actually, it's the 2016 timeline that I strongly disagree with, because it says that the Seasons and Ages games are a completely different Link, which makes no sense whatsoever, because the Seasons and Ages game is a direct sequel to a Link's Awakening. Like, direct sequel to A Link to the Past. Like, that's confirmed. That's in the games. The games themselves say that's a sequel. I don't care about what the official timeline says. What I'm saying is, every single game was designed with a timeline in mind. Because if you make a sequel, you've created a timeline. That's just how time works. I'm not passionate about any particular timeline. If anything, I would say that the 2011 timeline, the Historia timeline, is okay. I think there are some things I don't like about it, like the Downfall timeline. I don't like that. I think that there's a better explanation. What I'm passionate about is saying, no, Zelda does have a built-in, a baked-in timeline. It exists because in every single game they talk about what happened in the previous game. That makes it a timeline. Whether it's actually drawn out or written doesn't matter. But when Adventure of Link, or Link's Adventure, sorry, I keep saying Adventure of Link. When Link's Adventure says, this is a direct sequel to The Legend of Zelda, and when A Link to the Past says, this is a prequel to the events that you have already experienced, and when Ocarina of Time is specifically a prequel to A Link to the Past, that makes it a timeline. Yes, well, of course they did. That's the way. No one, even when you look at like the Elder Scrolls, they didn't sit down and write all the lore. And in fact, you'll find that with the Elder Scrolls, for example, a lot of the lore that they did write, they've gotten rid of. They didn't use it. They chucked it away. Like if you look at, I can't remember what his name is. One of the writers that used to be at Bethesda had written this huge, long Elder Scrolls lore Bible. And he is now allowed to make videos on it, and he talks about all these different lore aspects and things on his own YouTube channel. And the reason he's allowed to do that is because they aren't doing that anymore. All of these different lore aspects that got written were chucked out. They changed it. They changed it all with Oblivion. I think the Tribunal was like one of the big things, the last big things that that he wrote. I wish I could remember his name. I am following his YouTube channel, but on a different account. It's not Kirkbride, is it? Michael Kirkbride? Is that? Oh, who is that? Kirkbride. Am I thinking of the right guy? Yes, I am. Michael Kirkbride. Yeah. Michael Kirkbride has a YouTube channel where he talks about all the lore and stuff that he wrote for Elder Scrolls, and how nearly none of it is actually in Elder Scrolls now. There's a lot of little aspects, like Skyrim still utilized a few of the little details, but for the most part, it's his lore that he wrote is wrong. Funnily enough, I was under the impression that Elder Scrolls 6 is only happening because A, they started writing more lore, or B, they finally saw the money for Skyrim makes come to a crawl. Yeah, probably the second one. I know there was a lot more people complaining about the anniversary edition than there were people celebrating it. And that was probably the indication there that that they needed to move forward. But then again, I think they announced Elder Scrolls 6 before the Anniversary Edition came out. So, I don't know. The way they do things at Bethesda is kind of up in the air. Like, this is funny. Okay, here's a funny one from Kirkbride, actually. Kirkbride said that he had this concept in mind that the disappearance of the Dwemer was a time distortion that sent the entire race of the Dwemer forward several thousand years to a version of the Elder Scrolls universe that was a sci-fi version. Right? And the idea was that he had in mind to do a sci-fi game based on the Elder Scrolls with, you know, technologically advanced elves and humans and stuff like that. And during the events of the game, the Dwemer were going to arrive. And finally answer the question as to where the Dwemer went. And everyone thought that's what Starfield was going to be. Like, people who are in the Elder Scrolls theorist communities, they're like, this is what Starfield is going to be. It is going to be the Elder Scrolls sci-fi. And the Dwemer are going to show up. Yeah, that didn't go well, did it? But even Assassin's Creed has terrible plot. Oh yeah, absolutely. Every game does. That's the thing, is that you're never gonna get a... This is... Okay, see, this is the problem. Like, you were never going to get an absolutely perfect game. Timeline, or history, or, you know, story development. It's never going to be perfect, because there's one vital difference between video games and books. And even books have plot holes. Lord of the Rings has plot holes. And the reason is, quite simply, player choice. Assassin's Creed does get around that, and I do like how Assassin's Creed gets around that by saying that, you know, these are events that didn't happen, and you get desynced from your memories. I actually kind of like that. I think that's really cool. That one, that one's impressive. Yeah. So, Assassin's Creed, they kind of... I feel like Legend of Zelda and Assassin's Creed embrace plot holes in a very similar way. Assassin's Creed embraces it as a false memory. You know, that some people can make mistakes in their genetic memory. It's not perfect. It's not necessarily a perfect recreation, and that's the reason that you can do crazy things in Assassin's Creed. And so long as it doesn't go too far out from what your ancestor did, it doesn't completely desync. And that allows for player agency. It allows for players to do things. And Zelda does it in almost the exact same way, in the fact that it is, as I said, the Legend of Zelda. The Legend of Zelda. That's kind of important. It's there in the title. And it's stuck around for a reason. It's because it is a retelling of events. Miyamoto himself said it's a retelling of events that may or may not have happened exactly as they were stated. And Eiji Aonuma himself says that events happen and players should have an open mind to the differences and the plot holes, because they are being embraced. The importance is the story that you are playing now, and not necessarily how it connects. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't connect. There is an accurate order to events. Like, Twilight Princess clearly has to happen after Ocarina of Time. As does Wind Waker has to occur after Ocarina of Time. The same way that Ocarina of Time has to occur before A Link to the Past. Same way that Link's adventure has to happen after The Legend of Zelda. And Skyward Sword has to take place way before all of that, because it's the creation of the Master Sword. Just because they didn't go into it with the concept of having the entirety of the Zelda timeline pre-written back in the 80s doesn't mean that they weren't working with a timeline. They were just working with the timeline step by step, and they were adding to it. Everyone does. That's just how you write stuff. Unless you have a book. Because if you're writing a book, or a television series, or a movie series, you can, you know, decide what things are going to happen in the future and prepare for that. When it comes to video games, they take so long to make and so long to come out, and the gaps between their releases can be anything from as little as 1 year to as great as 20 years. Just look at Duke Nukem. And that was terrible. The Duke Nukem Forever, that was awful. But that's the thing. That doesn't mean that there isn't an official timeline. It just means that they haven't officially announced timeline. That they haven't put it solidly in place. But they still work from the concept of, I want this game to be... Without saying the word timeline, I want the story of this game to take place pure in relation to the other games that we have made so far. So, Link to the Past being a prequel of Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time being a prequel to Link to the Past, Skyward Sword being a prequel to everything. And that's the original website that I was talking about. I remember it from being from around 2009 was when I actually, this guy didn't even know this website existed, but it did. And it, instead of it having a timeline, it just told, it had like a brief of what each game was, like a brief outline of the story and where it appeared in relation to other games. And that's it. Basically, it only had like main console games. So it was Legend of Zelda, Zelda 2, Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker, and Twilight Princess. Oh, and I think it had Link's Awakening and the Oracle games, but it didn't include Minish Cap. And I don't think it had Phantom Hourglass. I don't recall Phantom Hourglass being there. But Phantom Hourglass is a direct sequel to Wind Waker. That's confirmed. And Spirit Tracks is a direct sequel to... sort of direct sequel. The opening scene of Spirit Tracks is Zelda and Link arriving at New Hyrule. And it is the Zelda and Link from Phantom Hourglass. So, yeah. Ultimately, whether or not it was written down as a timeline back in 1980s, that's not where I'm getting at. Where I'm getting at is that the story, as written, had its own definitions baked in as to where it existed in relation to other games. And that's the reason why I don't necessarily agree with the timeline. I don't like the timeline. I don't like the downfall timeline. I think there's a better way to do that. And technically, see, this is the funny thing, and I find this hilarious, is that they separated off the downfall timeline, whereas Wind Waker is literally a downfall timeline. So they still had the hero lose, but retroactively, which I find hilarious. Hold on a second, let me put I just realized my fan isn't on, so it's getting really warm in here. Hold on one second. Okay. I think the thing that I mostly find myself combating, and I ended up having a kind of a serious, it kind of got a little bit heated argument with someone a few years back, and they were literally saying that every single Zelda game was created uniquely, and it has no relation to any other game in the timeline, and there isn't really a timeline, and Every single game is a retelling of the exact same events, and all of this, and it's just like, that's just strictly not true. And they were so adamant in the opposite direction that not only has there never been a timeline, but the timeline is wrong, and every single game is supposed to be a monolith. Hero Shade? Oh yeah, exactly. That's why I said that Twilight Princess needs to take place after Ocarina of Time. It has to, because that is the link from Ocarina of Time. That's confirmed. And also, I really like... Okay, see, this is the reason why I really like Tears of the Kingdom, even though I felt like it was a bit wonky to start. I was just like, I don't know if I agree with this. Was that when you discovered that the champion, the original champion that you see in the screen print, you know, the image of the champion defeating Calamity. And you find out that version of the champion from 10,000 years ago was part Zonai. At first I was like, I don't like that. That's something I find to be... yeah, no. But then I remembered Twilight Princess. And Midna talking about the legend of the blue-eyed beast. And when you look at the champion skin that gives Link the appearance, or the champion's visage, I think it's called. When you get that appearance of what the champion looked like, you know, he's this dark green with blue eyes. He kind of looks like a Twilight Wolf. And I'm like, oh, I get it. I see what Aonuma's done here. That's interesting. The sacred beast, the blue-eyed wolf, that was Link. And Midna directly, you know, that's like a direct reference to what Midna said in Twilight Princess, and I'm like, oh, okay, no, I changed my mind, I kind of like this now. But, yeah. So, with that in mind, with all that said and done, that has gone on for way longer than it needed to. I didn't come in here today to talk about Legend of Zelda. We'll do that another time. We came here today to play some Atari, and damn it, we're going to play some Atari. So I'll just chuck us over into the gaming screen. Hello. I blame Tim. I blame Tim too. It's usually Tim's fault. You brought me onto the topic of Zelda again. Damn it. If you bring up Zelda, I'm gonna talk about Zelda. I'm like Ron Burgundy in that way. You put it up on the teleprompter, I'm gonna say it. Background music still playing? Oh yeah, that's right, because I've got it on for... There we go. Yeah, I got the background music playing when I was playing the Atari games. Because the Atari games didn't have music. Oh, I know you got something to say. Yeah, let's be honest, I've always got something to say when it comes to Zelda. And Noctum isn't here to blame. So I'm blaming the actual culprit, yeah. Yep, it be like that, you know? You know what I don't like about the time? Oh, here we go. And hello. Minish Cap seemed to be the game showing the origin of Link's hat, but then Skyward Sword came out before Minish Cap, and Link gets a hat there. Oh, yeah. Huh. Yeah, that's true, yeah. It seems to be that Link's hat was, may have been inspired by the Minish, but, in the end they flipped it, and and he had his hat and Skyward Sword. Yeah, true. I think Minish Cap could be one of those games that could potentially... See, that one I feel like there's a lot of sway with where Minish Cap could fit on the timeline. Arguably, you could even throw... How about this one for a theory? How about this one? Okay. Minish Cap actually takes place before Skyward Sword. And the Minish are the Zonai. Think about this. Okay, here we go. And this isn't me just bullshitting on the spot. Hang on a minute. Let me think about this one, right? What we are told about the Zonai is they are a race of beings that come from elsewhere. We don't know where. They came down to Hyrule. They established the kingdom. Rauru claims to establish the kingdom of Hyrule. As far as he is concerned, there was no other Hyrule before his. And, over time, they introduced their magic and their technology to the people to be able to create this world, this Hyrule, in their image, right? In Tears of the Kingdom, Zelda talks about the Master Sword and tells Rauru about this magical sword. Rauru, who is a being with the power of light. Okay? Now we cut back to Minish Cap, where we are told that the Picori brought the light force to the people and created the Picori blade. Not the Master Sword, the Picori blade. So what if the Picori blade was Rauru's attempt of creating his own Master Sword? And what if the light force was Rauru's magic? And the Zonai never truly went extinct. They became the Picori, or the Minish. That would place Minish Cap to predate Skyward Sword. Or at very least it would allow it to predate Skyward Sword. And Skyward Sword would then be something which occurred later on after Rauru, which would make sense for the fact that when Rauru first comes to Hyrule, everyone is basically living in huts and caves and things. But by the time of Skyward Sword, which is supposedly the earliest in the timeline, they're actually more of a medieval level of culture. It would indicate that the past sequence of Tears of the Kingdom comes first, then Minish Cap, then Skyward Sword. How about them apples? Queen, please tell me you're not the type of person who got angry at Fi for talking. No, I love Fi. Yeah, Kiko didn't like, no, Kiko did like Fi as well. I love Fi. Fi's, it flips with me. I think Midna is my favorite companion, but Fi is my second favorite companion. I would prefer it if Minish Cap is the reason Link doesn't have a cap in Breath of the Wild. Oh, actually, that's pretty cool. Oh, okay. So there's an interesting little element. Hold on a second. Before we continue. This one's funny. Fi is more important than Link. Actually agree. Actually agree. Hard agree. I'm a big Fi fan. I love Fi. Hold on. Okay, so I want to show you this. This is an interesting, wait a second. So, the game that came out before Twilight Princess was Minish Cap, right? So, Minish Cap released in 2005. Well, 2004 in Japan, 2005 everywhere else. And then Twilight Princess released in 2006, right? So in Minish Cap, you've got Link with Laszlo? Is it Laszlo? Yes, Laszlo, isn't it? Laszlo? Or is it... I got this wrong. Eslo. Sorry, not Laszlo. Eslo, right? You've got Eslo, who is the hat, who is the talking hat, right? But if you look at A Link to Twilight Princess, trying to get a good picture of it. Let me just save image. There we go. Oh, don't do that to me. I don't want to do WebP. I want to be PNG. Hang on. This is taking me a lot longer than I wanted it to. Oh, heck. Where did that even save? Good grief. I swear Windows annoys me to no end. Ah, there it is. Okay. Look at this. The tip of his hat has been cut off. See, it's stitched together. See that? So the previous game in this series was Minish Cap in release order. And then in Twilight Princess, the end of the cap has been cut off and stitched back on. I think we know what Eiji Aonuma's opinion on Eslo was. Yep. That's a thing. That's a thing. Fire is more important than Link. Yeah, I agree. Link reincarnates, but courage isn't born, it's natured. Nurtured. Yeah, true. Another one brave enough could take the Master Sword and kill Ganon. I agree. And that's what we see in Wind Waker. Because you gotta take in consideration that the hero went back to the past. There was no hero in the adult timeline. So, some hundreds of years later, the hero, the aspect of the hero, the spirit of the, not necessarily Link himself, but a new hero had to be born, and that was the new Link in Wind Waker. Completely different bloodline, but still descendants of the Knights of Hyrule. What about navigate? I don't like Navi. I'll be honest. I am one of those people that was like, yeah, I get it. I understand why Link was trying to find Navi after Ocarina of Time, but at the same time, I'm just like, eh. Navi didn't really have enough personality, and that's why she became annoying. I think with Fi, because her personality develops along as you are playing the game, I found myself being extremely close to Fi. I'm not gonna lie, the ending completely broke me. I cried like a baby. Perhaps both Link and Zelda just mere vessels, and Fi is the real hero. Hey, I'm not gonna downplay Fi's importance. That's the sword is ultimately the one that seals the darkness, not Link. Although while anyone can use a sword, Fi does still only recognize certain people as being her master. So it would still have to be some kind of reincarnated spirit, even if it's just the essence of that courage. But yeah. Okay, time to learn an Atari. Let's go. So, at the end of the... Wait, I don't have my headset plugged in. Hold on. There we go. In the last episode, we looked at the arcade origins of Atari. We looked through from Nolan Bushnell creating Syzygy to the establishment of Atari to creating the first Space War to the Pong games to all the games that were to follow, all the way up until the final arcade machine made by Atari. And today we're going to go back in time a little bit. Just a little bit. Because Arcade Origins finishes in the early 80s. With, there we go, iRobot. 1984. So we're going to be going back in time just a little bit to 1977 and the birth of the first Atari home video console, the Atari 2600, or as it was known at the time, the Video Computer System, or VCS. The arcade comes home. Today, well over 80% of American homes have at least one computer, and they have changed our lives forever. For millions, the first computer in their home was an Atari Video Computer System. Dedicated consoles, in addition to a home version of Pong... in addition to a home version of Pong, for some reason, my brain starts by reading the title as though it's a part of the first sentence. So I'll try that again. Dedicated consoles. In addition to a home version of Pong, Atari released dedicated consoles that play versions of its video pinball and stunt cycle arcade games. But clones were quickly catching up, and the company knew it needed a product that played more than just one game if it wanted to earn a permanent spot in the world's living rooms. So basically, and I have one as well, I have a clone console called a Hanimax, and it is, I would actually say that the Hanimax that I have is more of a clone of the Magnavox Odyssey, because it's got all the same games as Magnavox. But, yeah, clone consoles were definitely a thing, and they were coming out thick and fast. And, yeah, causing some problems for Atari during that time, because clones were often cheaper. So, Atari's goal was to create a console with interchangeable cartridges, something which had already been achieved, technically, because the first console to use interchangeable cartridges was actually the Fairchild Channel F. And the Fairchild system, though it was still very, very simple, it could only handle like Pong-style games. But the Fairchild beat the Atari 2600 to the market, and was the first console to use cartridges. Which you probably won't get the information on in this because, you know, different company. Video computer system. In September 1977, Atari launched the video computer system, later known as the 2600. It was a part of a new wave of game consoles which had no games built in, but stored them separately on ROM cartridges. Technological superiority didn't come cheap. The VCS launched at $199, or about $950 by 2022 money. Think about that. Like, we complain about the price of consoles now. We complain about the PS5 and the Xbox Series X. The Atari was the equivalent of $950. American dollars. It's mental when you think about it. Really, really crazy. And that's why you'll see people saying things like the Atari has lost value. And it absolutely has. Because if you can buy an Atari right now for about $200, you could probably get them for cheaper. But if they're in really good condition, they've been tested, they're working, and they're clean, and all that sort of stuff, you can get an Atari for around $200. Which is about a fifth of what it was worth when you bought it back in the 70s. Oh, look, a little video. Let's... What is a VCS? In this video feature, legendary Atari VCS programmers Howard Scott Warshaw and David Crane. David Crane's another amazing creator. I love Pitfall. I love his work. It's good. Both of these are like when it comes to making early simple games and doing them with such a wonderful vision for what they should be. Howard Scott Warshaw and David Crane are two of my favorite game creators. Describe the impact of Atari video computer system in their own words. I haven't played... No, I didn't actually play Pitfall on stream. The reason is because it's on a multi-cart and it's a bit fiddly, and sometimes it doesn't work. So, rather than doing that, I decided to focus on games that I knew would work, and I'm really gutted that Berserk didn't, because I did actually have Berserk working at one point. So I was frustrated last night when it didn't work. But, yeah, I wanted to focus on games I didn't have to screw around with. But I'll try to get a copy of Pitfall for the next time that we do something like this. Let's take a look at this, see what they have to say.
On the simplest level, what the VCS, the Atari 2600, what that is...
How's the volume as well?
Of
oh, hold on.
And
sorry, just remembered. Captions.
On the simplest level, what the VCS, the Atari 2600, what that is, it's a combination of plastic and computer chips that enables you to play
this is correct.
a video game, an interactive video game on your home television, which is something that never really happened before.
If you're making an arcade game, it begins as a hardware project.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's right.
In the hardware, just put it in the hardware.
That's the important part to take into consideration at how big of a leap it truly was to go from arcade to home console is the fact that every time you build an arcade machine, you are building a dedicated machine. That machine is supposed to do one thing: play Pong, play Space War, play Superbug, play Centipede. It isn't designed for anything else. It is literally, especially at this time, it is literally just a machine for playing this game. The whole concept of making a home console is to take half of those chips, the chips that do the general work, and put it into a console, and take the other half of the chips that make the game and put it into a cartridge. And sometimes those games are so interconnected between the general usage chips and the bespoke chips for the game that it's not necessarily that easy. It's not as easy of a jump as you would imagine today, especially seeing as in the 1980s a lot of arcade machines ended up going down the route of home consoles. So you get specific arcade machines, like for example the Sega Astro City. The Sega Astro City was mass produced, and it was essentially a console, and it depended upon what chips, what boards you slotted into the Astro City made it into that game. So it was like a cartridge. It was like putting a cartridge into a console, and that's what you got later during the 80s. Back here, that entire concept was unique. It was never thought of before, and now they have to put it into a system that is not only doing this for the first time, but also doing it at a quality and at a price where previously they were selling these arcade machines for thousands of dollars each. They are now trying to sell it for a fraction of that price and still try to achieve the same results in a home setting. That is a huge amount of work, and I don't think many people truly appreciate how big of a leap that really was.
Hardware, and you can use it in your game. The Atari 2600, we didn't have that luxury. The game was already in Grandma's house. It was already hooked up to her TV. And all we could do is make a different cartridge, sell that to the person.
That's right, and that's the limitations as well, is the game had to work on that system.
Phenomenon. And all it is it's a box that enables you to play an interactive game on your TV. But on a cultural level, that's such a huge thing to do, because there were two things that achieved that changed the world, literally changed the world. One is it put computers in homes.
Yep.
At a time where IBM only had about 10,000 PCs sold altogether, Atari had millions of units installed.
Yep.
And every one of those was a computer in the home. The other
yeah,
thing
absolutely.
it did was
you
it
can downplay it and say
created
it's a
an
console, but it is a
interactive
computer.
medium with television, which was always a passive medium. Before
That's
video
right.
games,
That's what I was going to
people were just
bring up as well.
zombies sitting on the couch
Watching
TV.
television. Now you can interact
But
with television.
Video games turned people into zombies jumping up and down on the couch yelling at the TV. And that was a very different experience. And I think
yeah,
that
definitely.
was huge in terms of taking people from a passive state to an active state. And we're still learning the implications of that.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up. If they hadn't mentioned that, that's what I was going to bring up, is that the huge cultural shift, really, definitely the computers in the home, but I feel like Atari isn't necessarily 100% responsible for where we are today. And that's purely because if Atari didn't do it, someone else would have. You know, IBM were already creating computers. Like I said, the Fairchild Channel F was a thing. Magnavox was doing something similar. Intellivision was right behind Atari. If Atari didn't do it, someone else would have. The big cultural shift which you could drop on Atari, because it was the first, was the fact, well, I technically not the first, but you know what I mean, was the fact that Atari was the big heavy hitter when it came to turning what had been for the better part of a century, sorry, half a century of television going from being passive to active, to being something that is experienced and interactive with by the person watching. It wasn't just simply a case of, oh, I'm going to put on the television, I'm going to watch Gilligan's Island, you know, I'm going to play Gilligan's Island, you know, that's something. I'm not just going to watch Superman on the television, I'm going to play Superman. I'm going to be Superman, you know? That's such a huge cultural shift from experiencing stories as told by other people and experience stories as acted upon by yourself. You know, most of these segments today are how I explain to people why I prefer video games to watching TV shows and movies. Same. Shows and movies are fine, but I prefer interacting with my entertainment. Agreed. Absolutely. And I would say that there are some exceptions for that, like horror. I don't find... Well, then again, I don't really find horror movies that scary either. Maybe something like we tried playing Deadly Premonition. And for me, while it's a game that I would enjoy if I was playing it by myself, the big reason that I stopped playing it on stream was purely because there was a lot of just running around doing nothing. The reason that I think I prefer X-Files and Twin Peaks and shows like that over playing them is purely because all of that busy work of running around, doing all the side questing stuff that doesn't really need to be done, and not knowing where you're going, all that's taken out, and they cut from one scene to the next relevant scene. You don't see Cooper in Twin Peaks walking around trying to figure out where someone lives, you know? it goes from, we're at the sheriff's department, we need to go here, and then we see them arriving where they need to go. And because of that, games like games like Deadly Premonition does have a lot of downtime, does have a lot of running around not really doing anything. So I think in terms of those sorts of experiences, I would definitely go with X-Files and with Twin Peaks over Deadly Premonition. There are always exceptions to the rule, but my hands get fidgety during other shows. Yeah, I know what you mean. Sometimes I see something happening on a screen and I'm like, for goodness sake, just look over there. It's right behind you. What are you doing? And you find yourself reaching for the controller to turn the main characters around, you know? It's like, just look at the damn picture! Though, to be honest, I do that with people like Markiplier as well, because Markiplier has mentioned himself that he's terrible when it comes to actually streaming, that he doesn't see things until afterwards, and while I'm watching some of his videos, I'm like, for goodness sake, you've walked past it 3 times! Stop! Look at that. Look at this beautiful joystick. The VCS included 2 controllers that seem simple today, but were all games needed at the time. A 4-way digital joystick and a single fire button. This means that Atari players used their right hands to move and their left hands to fire. The opposite of today's standard control layout. And do you know why it's the opposite? It was some time during the early 80s where arcade cabinet manufacturers decided that, hold on a second, these games are too easy, let's flip it. It would be harder to control the character with your left hand because most people are right-handed and they've got finer control with their right hand. So, to make an arcade game harder, to make it so that they put more money in the slot, they flipped the position of the stick and the buttons. That's the reason why we control characters with our left thumb and press buttons with our right thumb. And in the end, that ended up being a positive. That ended up making things easier, because when fighting games hit the market, the finer motor control was needed for the buttons. Yeah, exactly. The right-handed people were empowered by having complicated button pressing in the dominant hand. So as soon as fighting games hit the market, the entire concept that it's harder to play with your left hand went out the window. Ah, there's the paddle. The launch VCS also included a pair of paddle controllers, analog devices used to give the player more fine-grained control over games in the style of Pong. The paddles use the same technology as a volume control knob, sending a gradually increasing signal to the console as they were turned. So basically, if you assume like the volume control knob, when the volume is on 0, the screen will read the paddle as being on one side of the screen. So if we say like breakout, when the volume is on 0, the game would read that and put the paddle on the far left. If you rotated it all the way and put the volume up to maximum, it would put the paddle on the far right. That means, because it was done in that style, you'd never have an instance where you couldn't turn further to the right or turn further to the left and you needed to go further, because the position on the screen was based on the signal output. So it didn't matter where the knob was, it would always be in the right position. That is a problem in some things like gyro, because if you've got a controller upside down and you turn the game on, sometimes the gyro will lock, well, not sometimes, pretty much all the time, the gyro will read that upside down position as being 0. That's when it's powered. So when you flip the controller back over, the gyro will be like, you just turned everything upside down, what are you doing? And that's why in games like, you know, Legend of Zelda, Splatoon and stuff like that, it tells you to place the controller down, and it allows you to re-zero your controller. Oh, here we go. So we're going straight from the Atari computer system. There. I was mentioning this on stream while we were playing it, but look at those chunky buttons right there. The Atari 2600 Plus has all of these switches, except the difficulty switches are actually on the back, because the Plus is slightly smaller. So it's got the power and the color and black and white switches, and it's got the game select and the reset. Game select and reset are essentially the Atari 2600's version of the start and select buttons. So if you're wondering how you pause a game or how you start a game with an Atari 2600 joystick that's only got one button, well, there's your answer. There's the start and select buttons. Game select being select, game reset being start. And when the VCS actually... Oh, wait. Oh, no. Wait. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Sorry. When the VCS released, it released with 9 games. First of which, Combat. If you find one Atari VCS game in someone's collection, it'll be Combat. That's because it was packed in with every VCS sold from 1977 to 1982. Except for mine. I didn't have Combat. I had... I had Centipede. A multiplayer-only game, it had 27 different game modes, drawing inspiration from the Atari arcade games Tank and Jet Fighter. Oh, this is the inside of the box. The original box, Combat, as well as the other early VCS games, were packaged in a gatefold-style box that could be opened like a book, revealing slots for the game cartridge and the manual. This convenient but more expensive design quickly gave way to more standard boxes, which were sealed shut with glue and were thus often destroyed when opening. Yeah, that's true. And actually, the version of Combat that I have in box, isn't a gatefold box. It's just a standard box that you open at the top, and you pull the game out of. It's more like, if you're familiar with them, like the cardboard boxes you get with N64 games and SNES games and stuff like that. It's not like this. It's just a standard box. Oh, what is this? Like other Atari 2600 games, Combat was a very small program, made up of just 2 kilobytes of data. 2 kilobytes of data. To put that into perspective, just the image shown here, which contains the entire Combat program in machine code, is more than 500 kilobytes. So a picture of the code is bigger than the code. Have you ever heard the phrase, she weighs less than a photograph of herself? That is literally the case here. The picture of the code is bigger than the code. Good grief. The rules and standards are still being set for boxing. Yeah, they are. I think that, honestly, at the time, I feel like Sega had the best idea. And then they went and dropped it. Because they went with the clamshell, like a VCR, or video cassette, type case. But the fact that they then dropped that and they went to cardboard boxes like the SNES and the NES was just like, oh, come on, guys. You had it right. You were doing so well. Why? And we have an opportunity to play it, though I think it will probably be multiplayer. For many years, oh yeah, we read that. So if I go start. So this is Combat. Yeah, look, it's it doesn't have any It doesn't have any AI, so this is just purely a multiplayer game. But this gives you an idea, because we played a little bit of the 2022 version of this game, but look at the degrees of motion. Like, it's not just 8 directions. There's a good... What is that? 12 directions? Yeah. No, 16 directions. What am I on about? That's really cool. And so you got the bullet, the bullets which actually curve. Watch this. You can curve the bullets in this game. I think this... Maybe this is where the movie got the idea from. It's really fun to sorry, I find it fun to curve the bullets. Don't don't judge me. So this is pretty straightforward. There's no you know, there's no blockades, there's no obstacles in this version. But if I go to... Oh, it's actually got the manual in here. Open playfield, figure 8. Can I change the numbers? Can I change the setup? I don't think I can. Oh, oh, that's game option. Yeah, that's... TV mode. Oh, difficulty. Here we go. Oh no, that's literally just the difficulty. That's not the oh, game variation. There we go. Ah, here we go. I got it. So this is basically what you would be playing if you were playing combat. Open field is an option, but you know, this is better for so the game uses what they would call tank controls. Surprise, surprise. Guess where they got the idea from. Where you press left and right to rotate and forward to move forward. And so this is combat. This is the original. This is the very first tank game that released. It was originally called Tank in the arcade, and then it released on the home VCS like this. And it is an interesting place to see where history started for games like this, and it's really cool. I really like it. And in fact, Nintendo even used a version of this game in Nintendo Land. If you remember on the Wii U, there's a version of Tank in Nintendo Land. Oh, hey Rin, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? So we won't continue with this one. We'll continue with the story and the history. AC Battle. One of the first batch of games released for the VCS, AC Battle, like Combat, featured 27 different game variations that let players control anti-aircraft missiles, undersea torpedoes, or shooting gallery guns. Unlike Combat, it features single-player modes designed by Larry Kaplan, who would leave Atari in 1979 to co-found Activision. Woke up and opened my window and I saw snow like every... Oh, cool. Man, I love snow. We don't get enough snow where I'm at currently. So, you know, games like War Thunder. You see it everywhere. Everyone's doing sponsorships for War Thunder, right? Here's your original War Thunder. One of the first 9 cartridges released for the Atari VCS in 1977, AC Battle's military shooting gallery offered players the chance to destroy enemy airplanes and sink boats in a variety of game modes. Sears retitled this game as Target Fun and packed it with their licensed version of the Atari VCS, the Sears Telegame Video Arcade. So this one is Game Mode 1. Can I change? Oh, here we go. Oh, that's so much easier to use. Okay. So, there we go. 2-player anti-aircraft, 2-player anti-aircraft and guided missiles. 1-player anti-aircraft. So you just gotta shoot at the planes as they fly over. You've got obstacles, and look at that, helicopters. You don't want to hit the balloons, you just want to hit the helicopters. A 2-player version with helicopters, planes, and obstacles. In this one... Oh, that's anti-aircraft, sorry. Torpedoes. So you can see how it's all relatively the same, but they've changed the sprites to make it slightly different. This one you're shooting at ships that's on the water surface. Oh, look at that. There's depth charges here as well. But there's really a huge list of options here. Polaris. I think this is one where you're actually controlling the plane? No? Maybe you're controlling the ships on this one. Bomber. That's the one where you control the plane. Yeah, so using a very simple loadout and just switching around what you have control over, what it is you're attacking, to just kind of change that idea inside your head of what it is that you're doing, what it is you're playing. You start off with, oh, well, I'm controlling an anti-air gun, you know? And a lot of early games like this, a lot of it, there was a huge element of imagination involved, of course. And, yeah, starts with anti-air gun, goes to submarines, then you get to play as the planes. Look at that, that was a straight shooting gallery where you shoot at rabbits that are running. The precursor to Silkworm. Yeah, kind of. But there we go. Surround. You may know Surround by a different game, Snake. This simple game design, unofficially based on a 1976 arcade game called Blockade by the company Gremlin, sees two players maneuvering an ever-growing line until one of them crashes. Programmed by Alan Miller, another later co-founder of Activision. There we go. And yeah, so the idea of this game, they mention Snake as being what came out from this game. Can I change it to a single player? Yeah, I can. Okay. Oh, I just realized. It's actually doing the opposite of... Wait, am I player 1? Hold on, wait. I'm not the red one, I'm the yellow one. Oh, okay. I thought I was the red one. Never mind. So, this is actually a little bit different from Snake, as you can see. There we go, I've surrounded him. So it's not so much about, it's not about being a snake, it's not about controlling the snake to collect apples, I guess that's what they were at the time, what they were called, apples. It's more about controlling your opponent's movement. There we go. Oh, okay. It's kind of like the light. It's kind of like the light cycles in Tron, you know? Where you're trying to catch out your opponent. There we go. Now he's got a lot of room to play with, but he's still stuck in that little area and he can't go anywhere. There we go. Yeah, it's like playing chicken. That's right. And so this is how do I get out? There we go. And so that's Surround. That was one of the early games. And like I said, it was the inspiration. I'd completely forgotten that. Yeah, no, that's actually true. This is the inspiration for the light cycle scene in Tron. So, yeah. The first Silkworm on Amiga was a side-scrolling shooter where you control a helicopter and a jeep, and AC Battle looked just like the 8-bit version. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And so, a lot of these very early games, they didn't go away. They just evolved, you know? They just became more complex games over time, and this is why I call them elemental games. These are the basics. These are the one singular mechanic style of game, you know? But they would go on to become other things, like Surround would go on to become light cycles, it would go on to become Snake, it would go on to become oh, what's it called? What's that? Is it Snake.io? Remember that there's a multiplayer Snake game. Slither.io. That's what it's called. Slither.io. This is that, you know? It's another evolution on that same idea. From arcade to home, a VCS version of a popular arcade game could be a big hit, but bringing a coin-operated game to the lower-powered home machine was easier said than done. Game designers David Crane, Gary Kitchen, and Todd Fry explain why porting an arcade game was an impossible challenge, but one they gladly took on. And this is what I was saying. Like, there's a big difference between how you create games for a home console than how you created games for an arcade system back in those days. The arcade game was bespoke. It was built right then and there, exactly as you needed it. An arcade, a home title needed to take that same concept, but then have it work on a limited platform. The platform didn't change. They could do whatever they wanted with arcade machines, but the platform, the Atari VCS or the 2600, it didn't change. So you needed to make sure that your game worked. Unlike today, where you can just patch it later.
The entire reason that Atari created the Atari 2600 home console was to put their arcade hits into the home. If we could sell home versions of our arcade hit games into the home, we can sell millions of them instead of just take quarters from the thousands of people who go to arcades.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things that it's not so much about long term, because long term, I think a lot of Atari games still did better in arcades. When you think about lifetime funds, like if you've got an arcade machine and you are emptying quarters out of it every day, at the end of every day, and then you divvy them up and you keep some for yourself and you give some to Atari, when the Atari man comes along and collects all those quarters from you and takes them over to the bank, you're probably still making more money, right? But it also means that as well as collecting all of those quarters, someone who's played a game in the arcade, they're gonna go to the store and go, oh yeah, look at that, I'm gonna spend $30 and I'm going to buy a game. So you're getting, it wasn't to kill off the arcade, but it was a design to increase the amount of money, the amount of revenue that you could gain, and open up the gaming market to more people who didn't want to go to arcades. Like we talked about in the last one, is back in the 70s and the early 80s, arcades were seen as rather seedy places. It was, sure, arcade machines and pinball, but it was also like gambling machines. There was drinking. There was things that you necessarily wouldn't want your kids to be around, you know? So the idea of having a safe arcade system in the home, that's perfect. That's a secondary market. That's another market which you couldn't have access to in an arcade.
And so the hardware was designed to make it possible to play tank and pong. That's about all that they did in the hardware.
Yes.
So the distinction is this.
That's why it was so hard
COMMUNITY
to
gets
program
to
for the
use
Atari.
more expensive hardware. They get to use tons and tons of hardware, and they get to refresh their hardware all the time.
It was bespoke
played
every time. It
an
was something new.
outlaw-like game in the arcade. I think it was Midway. And you know, I was just told to make a game, so I said, well, here's an idea, two guys shooting at each other, and so I made that game. My goal is to try to make it like the arcade game, so I could look at the arcade game and say, this is what it has to do. So there really wasn't any need for me to have communication with the arcade guys. I'm particularly proud of the Atari 2600 Canyon Bomber because
Canyon Bombers. Look at this. This is
also
really cool.
has the Atari arcade game Depth Charge in it. So it turns out that in a 2K byte Atari 2600 cartridge, I simulated both Canyon Bomber and Depth Charge, which were probably $3,000 arcade game hardware.
Yeah, and that's...
When I was young, when I was little, I remember there was this...
Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, and that's the other difference as well. You know, you gotta take in consideration arcade cabinets are being... the sale of arcade cabinets wasn't to the casual user, you know? It wasn't to... People were buying arcade cabinets to go in their home, but the arcade cabinet business was selling to bars, entertainment centers, and of course what would become later the video arcades. There would be some private owners, but for the most part, the sales would be to those big companies and to those shopping malls and stuff like that. So it's like I said, it's a completely different market. And when you're aiming your home console at one market and your arcades at another market, that's perfect. That's exactly what you want to do. Maximize your profit. And like you said, you can fit just by slight adjustments of the code, 2 kilobytes of code. That's how much you could get onto one of those early cartridges. If you could put multiple games onto one cartridge, you've got a winner. You've got a sale right there. Because people are going to buy it. Because they want, you know, either I can put a quarter into this machine and a quarter into this machine, and then at the end of the day I walk away. Or I can pay $30 and I can have both of those games in the home and they're mine. I never have to put another quarter in.
Drugstore, and in their comic book rack they had these abridged versions of great literature. You'd read it and it was the whole story of Treasure Island. War and Peace, a comic book. That whole notion of an abridged version, that is what was going to happen.
Yeah.
When I did
It's a good way of putting it. An abridged version of the game.
Not surprisingly, absolutely no contact with Nintendo. Coleco was able to get me
Yeah.
a machine. So I had a machine that I could play and look at, and I had already played the game. And like David said, with Canyon Bomber,
Donkey Kong was not good on the VCS.
Frankly, the hardware is so different in its capabilities that I can't think of any value I would have had getting in touch with anybody at Nintendo. It's like talking to the guy who created the Porsche Carrera about making a bicycle.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's like, there's not a lot there.
When
Not a
Nintendo
lot you're gonna tell me.
allowed them to make
Here's this masterpiece
Donkey Kong and Mario, they
and
basically
do
had to go it
on
alone.
This toaster, you know, and I was young enough and stupid enough to not be intimidated. I wasn't, because I was just a kid. I was like,
Yeah, I can do that. No big deal. Yeah. And then Donkey Kong came out, and it was actually pretty awful, honestly. The Atari VCS or 2600 version of Donkey Kong is pretty bad. I think they did a really good job in Mario, though, but not Donkey Kong was awful. And in fact, I believe Coleco came out with their own version of Donkey Kong shortly after, and it was so much better. They basically took the concept of what they had done with Donkey Kong for the Atari, and then they expanded on it. They made it better. Oh, there's the Outlaw box. I had one of these in my hand recently. I was going to buy it, but I actually own Outlaw already. Programmer David Crane was asked to create a Western-themed shooting game. His response for the VCS offers several creative two-player variations on the theme, as well as a target shooting game for single player. So we're gonna go game variation. There you go, look. So what you've got is 2 players, and they're trying to shoot at each other. They can bounce their bullets off the top and the bottom, kind of like with Pong, how you can bounce top and bottom. And then they've got an obstacle in the middle. In this case, it's a cactus. You've also got these ones with the stagecoach, and the stagecoach moves vertically up the screen, and you gotta try and shoot in between them. Oh, sorry, no, that one's just the standard stagecoach. Sorry, this one's the moving stagecoach. So that one's just got a straight wall. Right, the thing with the wall is you gotta shoot through it. So it's kind of like Breakout, where you're breaking down the wall to try and hit the opponent. There is actually a version of 2-player Breakout, which is also very similar, but of course you're bouncing the ball back and forth at the wall to try and break through. I think moving wall is kind of like when I was playing Yar's Revenge last night, where you know how the shield that the Kotile had up was moving? That's kind of what you get with the moving wall. We go into the single player modes. The single player modes will have very simple shoot, and you can, by holding down the fire button. I'm showing the controller to a camera that it doesn't exist. Right? So you hold down the button and you can aim. How cool is that? You know? So you would have seen as well the options for blow away. If I'm correct, it's been a while since I played Outlaw. If I'm correct, blow away allows you to shoot through the... Yes. Allows you to shoot through the cactus. There we go. But of course, Outlaw is a 2-player game. It's designed as a one-on-one duel. And, so I won't be able to, play more of it. Canyon Bomber, though. This is also 2-player. But it does have 1 player as well. The idea is to destroy the bricks in the canyon. It's more like, it's called Canyon Bomber, but I think of it more along the lines of, Dam Busters. You know Dam Busters? During various wars, you want to destroy people's infrastructure, right? You want to make sure that you can hit them at home, so that their resources are diminished. And one of the ways of doing that was through Dam Busters. And Dam Busters would fly over rivers and drop bombs onto the dams so that it would reduce the enemy's drinkable water, or their supply of water for drinking and use. So I really see this as more of a dam busting situation. You know, you're doing your thing of getting through and seeing how many of these bricks you can destroy. Can you destroy the dam? Can you do more damage than your opponent? That kind of thing, you know? It's a very simple game. It's another very, very simple game, but it's all about precision and knowing what you're aiming for. And don't accidentally double press, because if you double press, it gets rid of the bomb that you just dropped in favor of a new one. Oh, I'm out of bombs. And so is the red. Okay, I lost that one, but yeah. War is filled with severe tactics. It's true. Absolutely true. And so with this, then, you just press start, and it starts over again. But it's a very simple game, and like I said, it's a game of precision. It's a game of knowing when to fire, knowing when to hold back, and watching the speed of your plane, watching the area of your target, and seeing how far you can go. Can you win? Can you beat the computer? Can you beat your friend? You know, and that's what a lot of these things were back in the day. It was high scores, you know? A lot of stuff today completely removes score from the equation. And the CPU beat me again, as usual. I miss score, you know? I miss high score being a thing. Next we got 3D Tic-Tac-Toe. This early VCS puzzle game let 1 or 2 players attempt to make 4 in a row on a 3D game board. 3D Tic-Tac-Toe was the first game created by Carol Shaw. Carol Shaw, who went on to make River Raid. The first woman to become a full-time game designer. Shaw later designed the hit game River Raid. There we go. Shaw later designed the hit game River Raid. Carol Shaw is another one of my beloved developers from this era. River Raid is one of my favorite games on the Atari. And it's very much a similar sort of feel to the Canyon Bomber, you know? It's what you're doing is you're raiding a river. But River Raid itself is actually the first bottom to top scrolling shooter. So games like let's think, like 1945. Do you know the 1945 series? World War II shooters. It's like that. And River Raid is I hope River Raid is actually in this, because I would like to play it. I wanted to play it on stream, but my cart is busted. And there's the original artwork. You can see, like, even something as simple as noughts and crosses, they're still pushing that space theme, you know? The original art used on the cover of 3D Tic-Tac-Toe by artist Susan Jekyll. And yet, the whole concept, this is a space-age entertainment. And because it's space-age, it needs to be in space, and everything is in space. Keyboard controls. While the original VCS joystick was elegant in its simplicity, it did limit the types of games that a system could play. Released in December of 1978, the keyboard controllers were Atari's first attempt at solving this, giving the player a number pad style array for 12 buttons. So basically, this would work the same way as old telephones. You know, like on a telephone, you've got letters. Well, I assume that you would recognize that. That, you know, on old mobile phones and things like that, like you'd have 1 ABC, 2 DEF, 3 GHI, you know? And so the keyboard controller was actually a keypad, but it worked like a keyboard. You could press the button multiple times to be able to put a text input into the game. I actually had one of these in my hand recently as well, but instead I actually went with a different one. Which is annoying because the one I bought doesn't work with the Atari 2600 Plus. Wish I'd read that ahead of time. Hunt and Score. Hunt and Score was a memory matching game in which players flipped cards attempting to find similar pictures. So it's a simple match 2 game. Codebreaker. Codebreaker was a classic game in which the player had to guess 3 or 4-digit number sequences and was told whenever they got a correct digit or a correct placement. So this one used the number pad as a number pad, as you can imagine. Very simple, straightforward. Using number inputs. And it's all about cracking codes. It's a unique take. I don't know how much longevity a game like that might have, but it's definitely interesting. Brain Games. Brain Games was a collection of various puzzle games by designer Larry Kaplan, included a version of Atari's arcade and handheld game Touch Me. So, as we looked at in the last one, Touch Me was essentially Simon. So they actually did an Atari 2600 version of Simon, or Touch Me, using the keypad. Don't Watch TV Tonight, an early advertisement for the Atari VCS that ran in Popular Mechanics magazine. Popular Mechanics? Interesting. Since the concept of having a video game system in the home was so new, this ad was less about the VCS, or its games specifically, and more about the idea of adding a game console to the home. Can I hide caption? There we go. So, Don't Watch TV Tonight, play it. Remember, this was so unique back in that era. The idea of interacting with your television was literally the on and off knob. But now we've got Atari. We're the games you play on your own TV set. We're the Atari video computer system. Remember Pong? Well, that was just the beginning. Atari is now a sophisticated, computerized, programmable unit that hooks up to your television in a matter of seconds. Atari features a great selection, 20 different game program cartridges, 20 at this point. So this would have been probably about a year after the release. Take in consideration that it had 9 games on release. 20 different game program cartridges, over 1,300 game variations, and options with many more to come. That is to say, like, we were looking at the different options with Outlaw. There are literally thousands of permutations that were available on these cartridges. We're sports games, we're mind games, we educate, we entertain. We can be played by 1 player against the computer, 2 players, 3 or 4. That was possible because the Atari actually had a multi-tap. It also allowed for like 4 player. You see the paddle controllers, the twisty controllers, they are actually conjoined. Both of the wires go into a single input, and you can actually put 2 of those, one in slot A and one in slot B, and then you've got 4 player. With a system that is especially designed to change colors to protect and safeguard your TV. Very first form of anti-burn-in right here. That's why when you see, if I'm sitting there looking at talking about something while the game is on screen, it's constantly shifting colors. That's because it's trying to prevent burn-in. We offer crisper colors when played, of course, on a color television. We pride ourselves in truer-to-life sound effects. Yeah, truer to life? Sure. Truer to life? Sure. True to life? Probably not. Which play through your TV's sound system. We are Atari, and if someone in your family hasn't asked for us yet, get ready. They're going to. What a sales pitch. Taking into consideration, you're talking to a group of people that have never heard of video games before. Right? Video games are brand new. And they're literally saying, you can play on your TV. Instead of just watching it, you can play games on it. Board games? We got board games. Westerns? We got westerns. Space games? We got space games. And you better be ready, because everyone's going to be asking for it. And if you don't ask for it now, you might miss out. You're not going to be able to get it for Christmas. Kind of crazy when you consider all of this was designed to allow different ways to play that alone would garner curiosity. Exactly. Like, even if they... Like, when you think of things like the Magnavox. The Magnavox Odyssey was Pong, but more Pong, you know? You changed the dial, and it was different styles of Pong. And it's got that in spades. Like, every single game cartridge that they released had multiple versions and different ways to play. So it was just this overwhelming, in a way, yeah, definitely overwhelming. Because it was just a case of, oh, so you've got this game, cool. And that's like 12 games in one. That's understandable today. We can get our heads around multiple game mechanics. We were talking about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom earlier. And we're talking about, Legend of Zelda, Elder Scrolls, Horizon Zero Dawn, stuff like that. And we can get our heads around how games today have lots of different mechanics and how they interact with each other. Like, different mechanics will change how other mechanics work. These are elemental games, and they needed to be explained because they'd never been seen before. Activision, there we go. Around this time, 1979, that is after Ray Kazar had joined. Ray Kazar was a Warner executive that came in to be the CEO for Atari. And a lot of the Atari staff weren't happy because they were being treated really poorly. They were being bad-mouthed in the media. Like, people would legitimately... Ray Kazar actually said, and this is something that we looked at on Tuesday, Ray Kazar said that the developers were a bunch of prima donnas. Absolutely disgusting the way he treated the staff. Right? So, a big group of Atari developers, like Larry Kaplan, who was there from the beginning, Alan Miller, David Crane, Bob Whitehead. David Crane and Alan Miller was there from the beginning. I don't remember if David Crane was there. He was one of the early hires, I believe, and Bob Whitehead, of course. They were like, we're tired of this because Ray Kazar only cares about the profit. Doesn't care about the artistry of making games. Doesn't care about the fact that these people loved making games. So they split away from Atari to create Activision. 50 years later, we all know how that turned out. But Activision became gaming's first third-party developer. Notable and quotable. We were responsible for making $16 million at Atari, and we were getting paid $20,000 per year. $20,000 a year. David Crane, the creator of Pitfall. The Monday I started was the Monday after the Friday that 3 of the Activision 4 left in early August of 1979. Well, that was a bunch of talent that left, and it turns out that they weren't completely irreplaceable. But what was that? That they weren't completely irreplaceable. No, of course, yeah. You gotta take in consideration that, yes, there's gonna be a case of some people... There were some great minds that left to join Activision, but these, as I keep using the phrase, these are elemental games. And so these games, they're very simple, they're very easy to come up with ideas, and it's very easy to combine a bunch of ideas together, because stuff like that hadn't happened yet. These people were defining genres, and kind of unfortunately, when they did leave for Activision, there was a little bump in the road, but ultimately it wasn't a huge downfall for Atari. Activision, though, of course, went on to be way more successful than Atari. Activision is still around today, and unfortunately, most of the people that left Atari to create Activision are no longer there. In fact, I would say all of the main 4 weren't there, are no longer there. More companies, more cartridges. Activision proved that a third-party company could make games and profit by developing new cartridges for the VCS. Another group of Atari employees left to form Imagic in 1981. Over the next few years, many companies began publishing Atari VCS games, including media giants like CBS Electronics and 20th Century Fox. Toy and board game makers like Coleco, Mattel, Milton Bradley, Parker Brothers, and Avalon Hill, and future gaming powerhouses Sega and Konami. That's where a lot of these companies started as well. Sega and Konami started on the Atari, or with their own arcade games. And Parker Brothers, Milton Bradley, you know, those companies from board games, they tried to transfer their board games into the digital space. And they did a pretty good job, I think. A lot of those early video game conversions from board game to video game, they did quite well, considering what they had to work with. Adventure. We played this yesterday. Another landmark VCS game released in 1980 was Adventure. Creator Warren Robinett was inspired by the 1977 text-based game Colossal Cave Adventure to create a similar, non-linear adventure game for the VCS. It is considered to be the start of the adventure genre of video games, in which players explore worlds while finding and using items. This is the great-great-granddaddy of Legend of Zelda. This is the game that started all of that. It's a series of mazes that take up single screens, and you go from screen to screen, adventuring through the kingdom, discovering items, and then overcoming challenges and puzzles, as well as fighting dragons. There are 3 dragons to fight in this game. So we started this this stream talking about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Well, here's its granddaddy. And it was also the beginning of horrible bats in video games. That is true too. Yeah. This is also the granddaddy of Keese, of Zubats. Any bat that gets in your way or steals your stuff, this is where it started. Oh, here we go.
I'd have to say one of the more influential Atari games that hit me hard was Adventure.
Adventure had been a very popular game. Adventure is related to really a nerdy game. It's related to like text adventures or to Dungeons and Dragons more than
Oh
any
yeah,
of
of
the
course,
other
Dungeons and
things,
Dragons would be
any
an
of the
important
other
touchstone.
intellectual property or content on the 2600.
So many games were just like kind of shooters and, you know, combat and whatnot, things like that were very simple. But adventure really broke the mold for what the 2600 was capable of.
But one of the most, like, I feel like magical, impactful moments with the Atari games is that we got Adventure, and I saw the cover at the drugstore, because that's where we had to buy video games, at the drugstore behind the photo counter. And
Same with us in the
I
UK.
was so excited to play it. I just didn't read the instructions. I just ripped it out of the box and like played it and started playing it. And I was like, oh, and there's dot, and there's like, you know, the duck chasing me, and I got an arrow, and I can't figure out
The
what's
duck is
happening.
chasing me.
Oh my God.
The weird thing about Adventure was the dragons were supposed to be dragons, but they just looked like ducks.
Yeah,
I don't know what they were
they
thinking.
do look like ducks.
The bridge and the bat, and it was so baffling. I really loved that experience of somewhat confused.
Yeah, being
experience.
confused and
I feel
then
like that's actually
overcoming
something
that challenge.
I love still in games now when there's that moment of like, what the? Where you just get games can do that. They can just surprise you and they can make you feel really bewildered.
Yep.
And then as you slowly figure out how they work, that's
Oh,
part of
the
pleasure
bat, the
of
bat
that,
just
not knowing what to expect.
deposited a dragon.
Really stuck with me. Another thing I like about Adventure that I try to incorporate is that feeling that the game is really alive. The characters who are in that world live even when you're not looking at them on the screen.
Oh,
When,
interesting.
when
Yeah, because the
dragon or
bat keeps
bat
flying.
flies on
Yeah.
the screen in Adventure, you feel like it's been on a journey. It's been somewhere. Oh, the bat went over and it stole the shield. No,
Yeah,
it stole
yeah.
the sword, and now it's in the rooms. Like you don't feel like it was just spawned in that room.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely. That is
feeling
true,
and
actually.
doing Bat adventures.
And what it provided
Yeah,
for me was a sense of mystery.
Hold on. That is that is a big element of a lot of the conversation that we had around Adventure is like, what is the bat doing? Where's the bat going? The bat's going off doing its own adventure. We are trying to slay dragons and get the chalice. The bat is just living its life. The bat's going around stealing anything you want. You know? He's coming along, he's stealing your sword, and he's buggering off with it. And then he comes back and deposits you with a dragon, and you're like, oh great, I've got a dragon now. Where the hell did my sword go? Where's the bat been? What was the bat doing? Why has the bat got the dragon? Oh, my cough button doesn't work apparently. Okay, now it's working. Sorry about that. My apologies. But yeah, it was a lot of the discussion, a lot of the talk was about the bat. What's the bat doing? It's such a unique experience and such a good game. Like, even now, yeah, we were just talking about Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. It's not different from Adventure. Adventure starts you off, you pick up a sword, and then you go out into the kingdom and you find the castle. What do you do in Breath of the Wild? You start the game with nothing. You pick up a sword, or a stick even, that you find, and then you head off towards the Temple of Time, or you head towards a shrine, or you're working your way to Hyrule Castle. It's no different from Adventure. It's just expanded on. It's just evolved. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, it's the same game as Adventure was back in the 70s. I think that's wonderful. Not that, I'm sure there are some people that could look at that and go, oh yeah, games that just haven't changed. No, I see that as they never needed to. The basics of it never needed to change. It's a very clear and obvious through line from Adventure to Tears of the Kingdom. You do not need to stop. You do not need to look around. It is a straight road. And I love that they hit the nail on the head right there at the very beginning. And it was so good that it sold so well that it ended up inspiring hundreds, if not thousands of video games that we still play to this day. Adventure is one of those games that is really up there. It needs to be fully recognized alongside games like Space Invaders, which Space Invaders inspiration for games like Galaga, inspiration for movies like Independence Day. The whole concept comes from Space Invaders. That was the idea. That was where Independence Day comes from. You know, with the aliens slowly coming down to Earth, and then you gotta shoot them from underneath. You know, that was the thing in Independence Day. It's just Space Invaders the movie, and it's great. It's so good that these games are so iconic and so elemental in their design that you can still see their fingerprints in modern gaming. And it's I love this is why I'm so passionate about video game history, because you can see it all there. It's a history that has existed in our timeline, and it's such an accelerated speed at which we've gone from Atari to Nintendo Switch and Xbox and PlayStation, right? That we can see every step of the way that development, and how storytelling and how global world telling has expanded and exploded over the years from the very beginning here. And yeah, this is why I feel like it's important to understand the origins of video games, especially if you want to be a game developer, if you want to be a game designer. I genuinely believe that you need to start here. Some of the best developers, like, I'm not necessarily a huge fan of some people. I like Cliffy B, who's on here now, Cliff Blazinski. I think he's a great developer. He's got some really good ideas, and I would love to see more of his stuff. I'd like to play more of his stuff. He started with Atari. You got Tim Schafer that was on here as well. Started with Atari. You know, Psychonauts. No, but he started with Atari. And I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, you got the guys from, the original guys from Blizzard, you know, who created Warcraft. Probably started with adventure. The guys at, Bungie, when they created Halo, or even before that, when they created Marathon, they probably started with the likes of Space Invaders, and they saw these games growing up, and they're like, "Wow, we can tell a story about this. We can tell a different story that is very similar in concept." And with Halo, you've got the aliens, the Covenant, coming and attacking humanity, and you are that lone gunman. You are that one guy who can stand up against the aliens. And the same goes with Doom. You are that one guy that is standing against the hordes of hell. And that's Space Invaders. That's Space Invaders. You can call it Space Invaders, you could call it Hell Invaders, you could call it Demon Invasion. You could call it Normandy. You know? You are that one guy, that lone soldier, that wolf on a mission. And you see that in so many games today. Master Chief, Doomslayer, even in things like Legend of Zelda, Link, the man on a mission, you know? The one guy who can do it. I'm in agreement. Fundamental understanding of games, their origin and history would probably benefit a lot of devs. Absolutely. I think they would. And I feel like if you are passionate about video games and you're passionate about development, then you really need to be passionate about its origins as well. Paying reverence and paying respect to where that came from. Let me skip back a little bit. There we go.
On the screen adventure, you feel like it's been on a journey. It's been somewhere.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That bat has its own adventures. It saved the bat world several times.
It's been in another room doing bat adventures.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what it provided for me was a sense of mystery and exploration that would later influence the 2D adventure games that I would make that would help launch my career.
Yep. Got him. Oh, there we go. We uncovered this Easter egg yesterday in the stream as well. But there it is. Created by Warren Robinett. Because back in the day, you quite often wouldn't get your credits listed in a video game. Occasionally, sometimes you would get your credits listed in a manual, but it wasn't like an industry standard that programmers and developers and designers would be credited. But Warren Robinett actually put his name into Adventure, and you've got to do this whole series of events, like going through the game, finishing a certain part of the game. You got to collect an invisible pixel that you don't even know is there. If you were playing through it normally, you probably would never find it. There's a secret room, and in the secret room is an invisible pixel. You need the bridge to get into the room. You pick up the pixel, then you need to pick up 2 keys and take it up to a barrier, which was essentially an invisible wall, but it wasn't invisible. And you would place both keys and the invisible pixel in that room with the barrier, and suddenly the barrier becomes intangible, and you can walk through it, and you can see this video game's first ever Easter egg, created by Warren Robinett. Secrets revealed. The existence of the Easter egg was a surprise even to Atari, and spread by word of mouth once it was found. Yeah, Atari didn't know that he had done that. But in the first issue of Atari Age magazine in May 1982, Atari officially spilled the beans, explaining how to pull off the trick while while noting that the credits were hidden by the game's sneaky programmer. Dear Atari, my brother was playing Adventure, and he was in the Black Castle's Grey Dungeon. So, the Grey Dungeon is this area where you can't see beyond a certain distance, because it's supposed to be, you know, in the darkness. So you can only see so far around you, and that's why it's so hard to find the hidden room, because you can very barely see that there's another room on the other side of this wall. He was in the Black Castle's Grey Dungeon. He took the bridge and went into a small part which was surrounded by walls. That's the secret room. When he was inside, he picked up a dot. Please tell me what this dot is and what it can do. Your brother has found the first step in revealing a secret message locked deep within an Adventure cartridge by the programmer who designed it. Most people only find the dot by taking the purple bridge, by taking the bridge and laying it across some walls in the Grey Dungeon until it appears. But you've already completed that step. Now for the second step. Move the secret dot into the secret panel room. So this is the from the room where you start, it's down 1 and right 1. How do you get there? If you come out of the... Oh, there we go. Go down the... Maybe I should read instead of explaining everything. How'd you get there? If you come out to the yellow castle, the gold castle, thank you very much. That's what it says in the manual. Down the main path and go right. Keep going until you crash into a thin black wall. That is the barrier. You've actually crashed into a secret panel that lets you into a secret room. Moving the secret dot into the secret room with the secret panel, you can get a secret that is secretive to even the secretest of secrets. Yep. Moving the secret dot into the room won't open the secret panel, but you're getting closer. Leave the secret dot there and go on to the next step. Grab any 2 more objects. Oh, any 2 objects. I thought it had to be keys. Okay. And bring them into the secret panel room where the secret dot is. You know, the one with the secret wall and the secret in the secret. Cool. Did the secret panel start blinking? Then you are ready for the final step. Take a deep breath. Hold it. Good magic. That's in the there. Good magic. That's taken straight from the manual. Then pass through the secret panel very carefully, and you've done it. Unlock the secret of adventure. We congratulate you, and so does sneaky programmer Warren Robinette. Sneaky, yeah. How dare he get credit? And that's actually kind of like the good magic thing is quite funny because if I go into this, can I see the manual? Okay. Oh, there we go. Instruction manual. Watch this, right? So you got the how to play, and that's fine. Pretty much all of the Atari games give you explanations on how to use the controller, because let's face it, this is literally the first time that anyone has ever played a video game, right? Or this game could be that very first game. So it's explaining like you can move up, down, left, right, and diagonally. So that's important. Now, and there you see the pictures in the bottom right of the yellow castle, the yellow barrier, which is a different barrier. That one actually changes colors depending upon what's in the room with you. Here we go. Good magic. While the evil magician has created many hazards to slow your quest and rescue the enchanted chalice, there is some good magic on your side. You have a sword that you can use to slay the dragons. To do this, you must touch him with it. So that's attack the dragon with the sword. The right difficulty switch in the A position, all dragons will run from the sword. I had it set to B, so I could attack them. There is a bridge that can be used to pass over walls of any portion of the kingdom. The bridge cannot be used to pass through any barrier into the next portion, nor can it be used to move from right to left or left to right over a barrier or wall. It also cannot be used to get past a locked castle gate. But you see how they're calling these good magics? You've got Yorgel, the yellow dragon, who's afraid of the golden key. So if you've got the key, the yellow dragon will always run away. To remove objects that are stuck in a wall, you can use the magnet. Bad magic. Grundle, the unfortunately named green dragon, guards the magnet, the bridge, or the black key. Rindle, the red dragon, guards the white key. When not guarding the enchanted chalice, Yorkel, the yellow dragon, roams freely. There's other bad magic that must be overcome in order to rescue the enchanted chalice. You cannot pick up pick up a dragon, okay? In skill levels 2 and 3, besides the dragons, the evil magician has created a black bat. My game theory is the black bat is the magician. Some magic can be good or bad depending on the situation. You can catch the black bat and carry whatever the black bat may be carrying. However, sometimes the black bat will escape. If there are 4 or more objects, including the castle gate, in your area of the kingdom, your magic may not work. Sometimes you can slay a dragon, sometimes you can't. Do you see what they're doing here? They're describing the mechanisms of the game as magic. If you've got too many objects on one screen, what happens is the objects can't all be drawn at the same time. So they flicker. If there are too many objects on screen at once, one object will disappear so another object can be visible, right? And what it does is it does sprite cycling. If your sword disappears on the same frame that the dragon appears, you can't attack the dragon. So they're using the flicker effect. They're talking about how the mechanics of the game work, but they're doing it, or I should say, the limitations of the console, but they're doing it in lore. They're doing it in continuity. They're saying that sometimes the magic simply doesn't work. And that's because of console limitations. That maybe the sword is not being displayed at the same time as the dragon is being displayed, and therefore you cannot hit the dragon with the sword. Interesting, isn't it? We talked about this in Yar's Revenge as well, where we talked about the overflow, where Yar can hold 255 energy. But if they collect any more energy, their energy pack overloads and short circuits, and they lose all energy. Well, that's just an explanation for overflow. Once the game hits 256, it doesn't display 256, it would go back to 0. And so, as Yar is collecting energy, if he goes over 255, it will overflow back to 0. And that's how they explained limitations of the console and limitations of the game through lore. And they do so in order to give you this sense of wonder and magic that you can only get through playing the game. And I love this. I love it. It's such a weird thing, you know? It's such a weird thing. Where it's got good magic, bad magic, and good or bad magic. Depends on how you use it. And we won't play any adventure. We played it yesterday. Go watch yesterday's stream to see me playing through adventure in the easy mode and the second mode. Dodgem, considered to be one of the more fast-paced and exciting games on the VCS, Dodgem was programmed by Carla Meninsky, who would later create Warlords and Star Raiders for the VCS. It includes both single and multiplayer modes. So Dodgem is kind of like, there was a test game that Sega used to use inside their arcade cabinets when they used to send out arcade cabinets. Because there was a strange law in Japan, right? That you couldn't sell an arcade cabinet if it didn't have a game in it. It's a weird law, but still. What Sega would do is they'd put a version of Dodgem. I can't remember what it was called, what Sega's version was called. But they used to put a version of this game into every arcade machine when they sold them. But Dodgem, very simple game, is, you know, does what it says on the tin. Dodgem. It's a Pac-Man-like game where you run around collecting dots. And you want to try to avoid collisions. Doesn't it look very similar to the Super Mario Kart battle map? Okay. So... and this is the idea. You're trying to avoid getting hit while collecting as many dots. See? Oh! And so the blue one is trying to crash into you. That's the difference. Is like, you are the... currently I'm playing as the yellow one. I'm trying to collect dots, and the blue one is trying to stop you. Oh, did you see that? That last minute collision he did there? Yeah. I realized at that point, like, I'd set myself up again. Ah! It's actually, it is surprisingly difficult. It's simple, but that doesn't stop it from being difficult. you kind of need to watch where you're going. You need to watch where you're going and, like, try to predict the blue car's movement at the same time, you know? There we go. Ooh! Oh no! Oh! I knew I wasn't gonna get away from that one. Very simple game. And it can be quite fun. You know, if you're looking for something simple that you just want to test your driving skills against, you have Dodge 'em. Very simple game. Very cool game. And very much again, you know, like I was saying about the Great Adventure being the great-great-granddaddy of Legend of Zelda, this is quite simply very similar in that respect. It's the great-great-granddaddy of Mario Kart's Battle Mode. Programming the VCS is hard. It absolutely is. It is not simple. You've got to take in consideration the limitations of the system. You've got to take in consideration the cost. It can be tough. It's a really difficult system to program for. And of course, taking into consideration that you're going from a group of people that have been working for such a long time on bespoke arcade machines and now coming across to making video games for consoles. Unless you try to sell for like 200. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you could if you try to sell something simple for like $200, then yeah, you're probably in the probably doing something wrong. The designers of the VCS thought it would be obsolete quickly. After all, it was only intended to play tank and Pong. Yeah, that's true. You got that is something to take into consideration. The Atari VCS, the 2600, was only originally designed so that Pong and tank would work on it. That's why it was so complicated to work with, because it was kind of out of date when it was released. But nonetheless, like, the sheer amount of success that you see on the Atari is mind-boggling. 4 years later, it was more popular than ever, and game designers had to keep squeezing out more of it. In this video, several game designers discuss why Atari VCS programming was so uniquely challenging. I think they were working in BASIC, and some people were working directly with machine code. And that's never, like, BASIC is okay, but working directly with the machine code, that can be a pain. That can be a real pain.
So one of the first questions they asked me at Atari was, what do you want to work on? So I just said to him, I said, what's the dirtiest, most basic elemental system that you have? And he goes, oh, well, that's the VCS.
Yeah.
I said, well, that's where I want to start.
And see, Elemental is being used there as well. Howard Scott Warshaw.
Were worse than I ever even imagined were possible.
2600 doesn't draw a screen.
No.
It doesn't draw anything.
No.
What it does is it has these little logic devices, these
Yep.
counters and shift registers that say, this is the start of the screen. This is the left side of the screen.
Yeah, it basically
The
is
electron
counting
beam
lines.
is moving to the right. I'm going to count. I know how fast the electron beam is moving. I'm going to count
Yep.
until the electron beam is somewhere on the screen.
We talked about this a lot earlier. It's using the blanking interval to understand where the electron beam for a CRT television is, right? And with that in mind, it then tells the screen this needs to be turned on or it needs to be turned off. And then when you've got like the color version of stuff, it'll tell you what color to do it. And this is where I was saying, like, you know, sprite related stuff. It's not really sprites. It looks like sprites, but not really. And what it does is it uses the blanking interval to count, it counts the lines, and then it tells the television whether or not the electron beam needs to fire. And that's how it does it. There's no graphics. The Atari 2600 does not have graphics. It just has little switches that say whether or not a light needs to be on or not. That's the other reason why this is so difficult to work with. Because you literally need to understand blanking intervals, you need to understand CRT line scans, you need to be able to do all these sorts of things, and you need to be able to program it in such a way that the VCS can keep all of that information in 2 kilobytes.
And then I'm going to change the color on the screen.
Yeah.
For a little itsy bit.
There's only one console.
And that's also the reason why when we were playing tennis, that you saw the character's color appear in the lines. Because it couldn't count that well, you know? It could count fine for showing the graphics, but it couldn't necessarily count for the colors as quickly as it could for the graphics.
Is moving to the right. I'm going to count. I know how fast the electron beam is moving. I'm going to count until the electron beam is somewhere on the screen, and then I'm going to change the color on the screen for a little itsy bit.
There's only one console where you have to think about the electron gun moving across the screen and what machine cycle you're on and when you can show stuff on the screen. That's such a fun and unique and annoying challenge that it really hooks you.
It isn't the only one. The NES, you could use the blanking interval in the NES, because the NES also counts screen lines and blanking intervals, so you can use it in the NES, but that one does actually have graphics. The NES does actually draw sprites to the screen, as opposed to generating sprites on the fly with using the electron gun register. And it's used to great effect in later NES games as well, because you can use the line reading and the position reading of the electron beam to be able to create a parallax background. And it's really incredible the way they did things. Is that the NES is, when you look at games like Mario, Super Mario Bros., even Super Mario Bros. 2 and 3, that looks pretty good for the system. But that is about as far as you can go with the system itself. But there are a number of games that went far and beyond what was generally capable of the NES. You know, the NES has got its basic mode of this is how it works. And if you do everything in line and correct, there's a limitation to what the NES can produce. People were able to break that barrier and allow the NES to generate more stuff by including more chips in the cartridge, by using blanking intervals to be able to say, okay, so the palette changes from this point down. Oh, now the palette is going to change again. Now we're going to skip a line and we're going to do another palette swap. You know, and you get all these different things. They could even use the blanking interval to determine the speed at which background sprites were scrolling. That's how you create parallax effects, is that it would say the sprite needs to be moving at 20 pixels per second, then it'll go down the screen, and it says, right, now it moves at 15, goes down the screen. Now it moves at 10, and what you end up with is a layer that moves slowly, a layer that moves slightly above it, a layer that moves slightly faster, and another above it, another layer that's moving even faster still. And that gives you that parallax look, so that you can, like you would see in the distance, you know, as you're driving down the highway, the things that are closer to you move past quickly. But then the clouds or the hills in the distance, they don't seem to move as much. And you can do that with interval blanking by counting the lines. And it's such a that's what I love about these old consoles, and I know I've gone on about this before. It's the fact that they are so weak makes the games that you get in them feel all the more magical. Because you shouldn't be able to do these things. And these absolute wizards, like Howard Scott Warshaw, like Gary Kitchen, like Freeze, like Fires, like Leonard. These guys, they came up with ways to get around those elements, like image cycling, so that you could have, like I was saying with Adventure, the sword, the dragon, the key, and the bat all on the same screen at the same time. Sometimes it'll affect the gameplay, but you could do it because of cycling. Because it only displayed those images every other frame, you know? It's really amazing is what these wizards could do with the technology.
Fun I've ever had making a game. What do you say, Dave?
Fun might not be the word. You know, it is the most challenging thing you could do.
Yeah.
When we were doing it,
I don't
at
envy them, though.
There were fewer than 100 people in the world who could do what we were doing. And that in itself was, you know, very positive, very uplifting. It's really a sense of accomplishment. If you can create something that, you know, 1 million people love on this horribly limited piece of hardware.
Absolutely, yeah.
You've created something.
Yeah.
You know, have a sense of accomplishment.
I definitely
And
don't
there are
envy
very
them.
few
I
things
prefer
more
programming the
technical
way I
challenging
program.
than trying to get a game out of the VCS in the first place, because the VCS is a very technically limited machine. It sounds like a fabulous thing, and when it first came out, it was, because people had never seen anything like it.
I don't know if other people are as rewarded by it, but you're overcoming tremendous challenges. There's nothing that's easy to do on the 2600. And you're winning, right? I love winning.
And the other thing that's fun about playing them still is that they're all 60 frames a second.
Yep.
They have to hit that or
Yep.
the screen won't draw. You know?
Yeah, that's
So
right.
all-
Yeah, it has to be 60 frames
even
per second.
Much better than I think consoles that came out a few years afterwards. They all feel really fast when you play them. No Atari game has any sort of lag or anything. They had no option to have lag.
It's like when today.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Is like these days we're still trying to get 60 FPS on console. You know, how many times do you hear that? Remember when the Atari, not the Atari, when the Xbox Series was being announced, they were like, "Oh yeah, we're going to be hitting 4K and we're trying for 60 FPS." And everyone who knows anything about developing for console is like, that is not going to happen. You might be able to get 4K and 30 FPS, or you might be able to get 1080 and get 60 sometimes, but you are not hitting both of those targets, right? You're not getting 4K and 60 FPS on a home console, not yet. But with the Atari, if you didn't hit 60, the game just wouldn't work. Because it had to count the lines. If you weren't hitting that 60 FPS, it would miscount the lines. And if it miscounted the lines, different graphics would appear where you didn't want them to be. The physics would be off. I couldn't even begin to imagine trying to play games like Gravatar on the 2600 with the FPS being less than 60. Because the physics would be so wrong. The physics would be broken.
You know, so they're all even much better than I think consoles that came out a few years afterwards. They all feel really fast when you play them. No Atari game has any sort of lag or anything because they had no option to have lag.
It's like when today, in hindsight, people criticize the first screen of Donkey Kong,
Yeah.
the 2600.
Yeah, it's a bit
When I finished
wonky.
that screen, I thought it was a miracle.
Yeah.
You get people on Facebook today saying it's the biggest piece of junk I ever saw.
It kind of
It's
is,
just
but
happening.
yeah.
understand.
Yeah, but he was the first person
that
doing it,
happened.
so yeah.
The programmers that worked with that machine were magicians.
Oh, absolutely. Inside the VCS. The circuit board inside the VCS shows that it was very simple computer design. The three major chips on the board are the Riot chip, which includes the system's 128 bytes of RAM, 128 bytes of RAM. I'm having trouble with my PC, and my PC has got a 32 gigabytes of RAM, and I've got a graphics card with onboard 6 gig, I think. Could be onboard 8, I'm not sure. I think it's onboard 6. So I've got 32 plus 6, 38 gigabytes, effectively, of RAM. And I still can't play some games on my PC, you know? The VCS is running with 128 bytes. Take in consideration, 1,024 bytes is a kilobyte. 1,024 kilobytes is a megabyte. 1,024 megabytes is a gigabyte. Today, we are so much bigger. There's so much more going on in our PCs, and we're still struggling to keep up. And we still can't hit 60 FPS. Not that I put a lot of stock into the opinions of people on Facebook. Well, yeah, there is that. There is that too. I do have a Facebook account. I probably should plug my social media more often. But yeah, there is actually a AneurynPlays Facebook page. It's it's facebook.com/AneurynPlaysDT, like Dimension Tripper DT. Because AneurynPlays was apparently taken, and it was, by me 3 years ago, and apparently Facebook didn't give that back after I closed my previous page on Facebook. So a little bit frustrated at that. So definitely a tangent that I'm going on there. But yeah, apparently Facebook didn't release the URL of AneurynPlays, so it's now AneurynPlays DT, Dimension Tripper. I also have a Instagram. I never plug my Instagram either, but I do have an Instagram. That's where I take photographs of my collections and things, and I post stuff up to Instagram. So do check me out over there. That's instagrams.com/AneurynPlays. So pretty much every social media site that I'm on, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, everything is AneurynPlays. Except for Facebook, because Facebook reasons. Okay. Where was I? The three major chips on the board are the Riot chip, which includes the system's 128 bytes of RAM, the 8-bit central processing unit, or CPU, and the custom television interface adapter, or the TIA chip. So the television interface adapter is the thing that changes the code into something that can be picked up by the television, right? What that does is it transmits, or it turns it into a signal that can be transmitted over the analog, over the coaxial cable into the television. Because the original Atari had a coax connection. Didn't have AV, it didn't have SCART, it didn't have HDMI. No, it used the coax. So basically the aerial antenna. You plugged it in via the aerial antenna, and it put out an analog signal that your TV would interpret as a a channel signal coming in. Yes, that's the is that the MOS? No, it's not the MOS. That's the interface adapter. Okay, yeah, I should have read that before zooming in, hey. The TIA was the secret source of the VCS, making it unique even among other video game systems at the time. Instead of drawing an entire screen at once, it drew the graphics on the TV line by line. This was a cost-saving measure, where it allowed clever programmers to pull off incredible tricks. And that's what I mean. So they took the code, the TIA took the code and changed that into line-by-line signal for the analog television. Now you can see the MOS right there. Hang on. There's the MOS. MOS chips changed the world. MOS chips changed the world. These chips, these microchips, these microprocessors, basically made it possible for early computing to be even a thing. To be a thing on a commercial and, you know, home use level. If it wasn't for the MOS chip, well, you know, computers prior to the MOS chip were the size of an entire room. You know? It was all transistors and switches and diodes and all kinds of things like that. And then they figured out how to do it in a chip. And that was the MOS chip. We got Missile Command. We won't be playing Missile Command because I suck at it. But we will take a look at the artwork. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? The artwork in Atari games is always something that sticks with me, you know? It's, even if I'm not good at the games, even if I don't like the games, there's a very good chance that the artwork itself is going to be something that really stands out. And they did a really good job with Missile Command. It really does feel like that space age, futuristic, nuclear war is happening, you know? Not as impressive as the other one in my opinion, but still a very good artwork. This would have been... This wouldn't have been on the box, but where would this have been? Wall art. A Missile Command wall decoration that was sold as a tie-in product. Okay. Cool. One free turkey. Okay. Missile Command for the VCS was Atari's biggest selling game to that point, with over 2.5 million copies sold. Rob Fulop expected a substantial bonus check that year, but was instead given this coupon for a free turkey. This led him to quit Atari and co-found the publisher Imagic. You've got to be kidding me. In grateful recognition of your continuing service and support, we hereby present Rob Fulop with this certificate of appreciation, good for one free turkey, on this 17th day of December. Are you kidding me? No wonder he left. And see, this is an example of Ray Lazar. Not Lazar. Ray Kazar. I'm thinking Rob Lazar. Yeah, this is all the work of Ray Lazar. Ray Lazar was looking for Kazar. Ray Kazar. We'll talk about Rob Lazar later, right? Ray Kazar is responsible for a lot of these cost-cutting programs that he put into play during at Atari. He's the reason that the 4 developers left to found Activision. And clearly, he was very much the reason behind Imagic being a thing too. That is disgusting. Warlords, sort of a combination of the arcade game Breakout and Quadropong, Warlords was a 4-player hit in both the arcades and on the VCS, where it was programmed by Carla Mininsky. We played a little bit of Warlords, the arcade version, on Tuesday. Again, look at this wonderful artwork. You've got the outline of the knight, you've got the shape of the knight, and you've got the catapults attacking the castle inside the outline of the knight. And I love that. It's the same with the haunted house artwork. It's another one. I think it's the same creator, Steve Hendricks. I'm pretty sure Steve Hendricks is also the artist behind Haunted House. He did the exact same thing. He's got this image of a woman running away with the house and these eyes just staring at you with this just a very strong standout image. The royal family. Original artwork of King Frederick and his 4 warring quadruplets. That's Dominic, Marcus, Philippe, and Restivo. From the Warlords Manual by artist Steve Hendricks. Oh, okay. So this is the story. So this is Sir Dominic, clearly. And the story of Warlords is that there were 4 sons of King Frederick. Dominic, Marcus, Philippe, and Restivo. And they are fighting each other for domination of the kingdom and claim of the crown. Warlords Tips and Tricks. In this excerpt from the July-August 1982 issue of Atari Age magazine, Warlords designer Carla Mininsky passes along her personal tips for success. Oh look. Special offer. Save $12. Get a second set of paddle controllers and get in on the thrilling 4-player action of Warlords. Breakout, Casino, Street Racer, and Video Olympics. Now club members can save 54% on paddle controllers. So $12 is about half or so of a set of paddle controllers. Order Warlords today from Atari Club and receive an extra set of paddle controllers regularly sold for $21.95 for just $10. Well, there we go. Get a screenshot of that. You might need a screenshot for when you try to claim that. It's funny, like, that's the first thing I see is the special offer to get the paddles. Forget about the tips. No, it's the special offer. That's the important part. There are 23 Warlords game variations, all including selections for ball speed, number of players, shield play. Oh, and shield play. Right, okay. Ball speed, you could choose between a fireball, which is slower, or a lightning ball, which is faster. 1 to 4 people 1 to 4 people can defend individual castles, and there's a doubles variation, which sets 2 to defend 2 castles each. Any castle not represented by a human player is defended by a VCS-controlled shield. And in shield play, the ball will bounce off of shields in ricochet variations. In catch variations, players can catch the ball, aim it, and then release it. And I could do that by holding down the button. So if you hold down the button when the ball comes at you, you can catch the ball. Well, there we go. Some information. We won't play Warlords today, like I said, we played it yesterday. There's some asteroids. As designed, the Atari VCS could only handle cartridges of up to 4 kilobytes. So we talked previously about it being 2K. The highest it could possibly run was 4. Atari's engineers had to come up with some clever solutions to get games like Asteroids running on the aging hardware. It was the first game on the platform to use an 8 kilobyte ROM. Still, kilobytes. Eventually, games would grow to 32 kilobytes in size. Incredibly, tiny by modern standards, but luxuriously huge for Atari designers. I'm just trying to think of the sort of coding that you'd have to do with that much. Like, because you gotta code the thing to be able to do all the line work and everything. Crazy. Atari domination. In 1981, Atari had an estimated 80% share of the home video game market and accounted for 1/3 of Warner's earnings. Already, Warner. The Warner. Warner Brothers. Time Warner. They had all of this, and Atari, even in 1981, was 1/3 of their profits. Or their income revenue. That was in the 80s. So is it any surprise that today, video games is earning so much more than Hollywood? In 1981, Atari had an estimated 80% share of the home video game market and accounted for 1/3 of Warner's earnings, pulling in over $1 billion in revenue. Warner's success during that period was widely credited to the explosion of home video games. Notable and quotable. The really, really, really important thing about video games is that they're a media product, like writing or like movies, but they're dynamic and interactive. This was the first time that such a thing was possible. It was actually a historic event. Todd Fry, designer of Sword Quest, Fireworld. Sword Quest Fireworld. Oh, now that's something I need to find. So the Sword Quest was going to be a series of 4 games. Fireworld, Earthworld, Windworld, and Waterworld. And I think only Fire and Waterworld actually released. But it was supposed to mean 4 different games, or the same game, Sword Quest, over 4 different cartridges. I don't have a copy of any of these. I wonder if they'll actually have a playable version on you. Here's a place where your job is to come in, make stuff up. What? Here's a place where your job is to come in, make stuff up. You just gotta have something clever and new at the end of the day. And that didn't exist at the beginning of the day. And that's a good day at work. Howard Scott Warshaw, designer of Yars' Revenge. Yeah, essentially. You had to come... This was such a... We're talking at such a primeval time in video games that they were inventing new genres every day. And it's crazy to think. Can you imagine today trying to think of a new genre? And you're like, well, what if we had like a spaceship? No, it's a Star Sim. Okay, forget about spaceship. What about a wizard? No, it's fantasy. Okay, but the wizard is doing... Yeah, that's an adventure game. Okay, but the wizard can level up. Yeah, that's an RPG. But back then, just brand new. That every single day they were coming up with new genres of game. Super Breakout, originally released as a Sears store exclusive in 1981 holiday season, the VCS version of Super Breakout saw a wide release in early 1982, featuring iconic art by Cliff Spawn. I always see his name and think it's Spawn. I see it as S-P-H-O-N, but Spawn. Cliff Spawn, that set the action in outer space. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. See, I mentioned this actually. So, the original box art for Breakout was like a tennis guy. It was a blonde tennis guy. I think he looks a little bit like Andre Agassi. I know people have argued that it doesn't. But, No, it's no longer tennis. It's tennis in space. You see a little astronaut there in the bottom left. Playing tennis in space. That's how you break out. There's Haunted House. Considered by some to be the first survival horror game. And by some, they mean me. Haunted House by James Andreasen. Oh my goodness. James Andreasen puts the player, represented by a pair of wide-open eyeballs, into a dark mansion and tasks them with finding and using items to escape. We played that one last night. What a fantastic game that was. I really enjoyed it. And you can see there where I was saying about the eyes. You know? For the box cover, it's eyes with bats and a spider. Very... That just captures everything about the game right there, you know? The eyes in the darkness. Look at the fear in those eyes. Look at how well drawn those eyes are. And then you've got the spiders and the bats. That is just such a good cover. And there's the one I was saying with the... Yeah, okay, so it was Steve Hendricks. Okay. And there's the sketch work for the other one. The woman trying to escape and the eyes glaring at you. Glaring at you from across the room in the darkness. And the shape of the mansion and the bats flying over the top. I love it. I love this artwork. And there's a lot of good artwork on video games today, but I don't know. To me, the Atari box art stuff, that's like the golden age of game art as far as I'm concerned. There's a lot of good game art out there, but damn, this Atari stuff is good. It is so good. Honestly, given the hilarious stark difference between game box art and actual gameplay graphics back then, Haunted House translates its vibe the best. It does, doesn't it? It does a really good job of getting the point across. You've got these scared eyes and bats and spiders, and there's the house and everything. Oh, hello. Haunted houses. Can't get enough Haunted House. Okay. Digital Eclipse presents a new 2022 spin on the original, created with voxels to bring the classics game's look into a new 3D space. We gotta try this one. In the 2600 game that established the survival horror genre has been reanimated in 3D in honor of Atari's 50th anniversary. Two players can explore multiple environments together, armed with new gadgets to assist in finding the shattered pieces of the funeral urn. I am curious. I am very curious. Oh! Okay, so we got Graves Academy, Creepy Cabin, Terror Tower, Madness Mansion. So the mansion is the one from the original game. Look, the number on the door is 7800. That's another Atari right there. Oh, that one's 26. And that one's 5200. Oh, those are the different Atari systems. 2600 was the VCS. Then the 52 and then the 78. That's really cool. That's all right. Let's give this a little look at. We're gonna go ghost level, spooky spectre, I guess. Game mode, hunter, ghost rush, hunter. Sure. Let's have a little look. See. Oh hi, my name is Ernie. I already hate it. That's a terrible pun. Stop it. Say. You seem to be pretty limber for a floating pair of eyeballs. Must be nice. Press L to try moving around. Okay. This may be controversial, but I think they kind of missed the point. You weren't a floating pair of eyeballs, you were eyeballs in the darkness. That's like the only thing that was lit up were your eyes. Oh. Nice. You did it. You can also, you also think you can use R to look around? Oh, okay. Oh, so I strafe by going left and right, and then I use R to rotate. Okay. Doesn't it seem a little dark in here? Even for a haunted school? I mean, press Y and light that torch. Okay. The bar in the upper left will tell you when your torch is set to expire. When enough's a snuff, press press Y to fire it back up again. Cool. So this looks to me like it's a bit more of maybe a Pac-Man like game, like you're collecting question marks as you go along. There are helpful items scattered throughout this building, but remember, you can only see them if your torch is lit. Got it. Oh wait, no, the question marks are going to be the tutorial things, isn't it? Right, okay. Keep your torch lit and grab the scepter scroll of protection on the right. This scroll makes creatures and ghosts ignore you. Go on. Oh, hello. You can only carry one item at once. Pressing B will drop the item you're carrying. Oh, and I need that to pick up again. So mechanically, it's very much the same. You're on fire. Not literally. But your progress so far is inspiring. Head upstairs. Got it. Okay. Hold ZR while pressing L to run. Try running to the tip ahead. Okay. It might be ajar, but this door is not a... Oh. Can I just say something? For people with dyslexia, puns are really hard to read. In fact, this door is locked. Use those giant peepers and look around for the skeleton key. Got it. Oh, I can change my view. It literally costs me dollars every time I light a new torch. There's the key. It's the key. Grab it and go unlock that door. Remember, you can only hold one item at a time. Got it. Okay, so I have to put down the scroll. I prefer this this view. It's me, or a piece of me. Being an urn isn't all it's cracked up to be. Please grab my shard and ditch the key. One more lesson lies ahead. Let this elevator lift your spirits to the next floor. Oh, elevator. Okay, wait, there's more over you. It's a dead end. You know what they say, success isn't just handed to you. You have to earn it. I'm so sorry. You should be. What was that noise? That pesky ghost. Still a soul survivor, I see. First rule of Ghost, don't run. Creep carefully, or ghosty there will steal one of your lives. Got it, okay. My other two pieces are close. Remember, you can't see them unless you... This tutorial is so invasive. I don't like this. If you lose all 3 lives, it's game over. And trust me, death is a lousy way to go. My second piece. I can start putting my life together again. Not that I'm alive. Grab it. Okay. Oh, I almost forgot. Press ZL to toggle between behind the eyeballs and overhead camera views. Okay. I did that. Get too close to the ghost and he'll snuff you out. Well, your torch anyway. Creep your distance. You can creep around that creepy ghost using walls and obstacles as cover. Time it right and leave him for dead. I think there was an arrow. Yeah, there's an arrow there. Oh, wait, is that the ghost? I think that's the ghost. The last part of me. Pick up the third urn piece near here and I'll be whole again. Then head for the exit. And this is the exit I get. Okay, yeah. Rank F? Rank F? Excuse you? I literally did exactly as you told me to do. How dare, sir? I know, it's interesting, but... This is interesting, but I don't have nearly the same amount of dread. Thanks to Clippy chatting at you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I think I preferred the... I think I preferred the original. And I feel like... I don't know, drawing attention to the fact that you're just a pair of floating eyeballs, I'm not sure about that. That doesn't feel right to me. Oh, I can turn the lights on and off in the... I can turn the lights on and off in the building. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna play any more than that one. Let's just move along. Personally, I prefer the original to what I got there, but, yeah. Oh, wait, I just realized there's more images here, look. So this is the sketch. This is the finished artwork. That is so good. Oh, there's the sketch for the box cover. And the final artwork. So this artwork, as you can see here, it's sketchwork done with pencil and watercolor, and like a lot of Hendrix's artwork is the same. It's like watercolor with sketches over the top, and it really stands out. You know, it's got this really iconic look about it. I wish I could draw like this. Yar's Revenge. One of the true masterpieces of the VCS era, Yar's Revenge was the first game developed by Howard Scott Warshaw. Originally asked to create a home version of an arcade game called Star Castle, Warshaw decided instead to create an original VCS game and enhanced it with an elaborate storyline that was turned into a comic book. Yeah, this... Yar's Revenge, we played that yesterday. I'm not going to play more of it now. It started off as a game called Star Castle. And in Star Castle, you have this entity at the center, kind of like, think of it kind of like a Death Star, right? You got Death Star at the center of the map, and it's got 3 rings of shields around it. And what you've got to do is you've got to fly around, avoid enemy weaponry, and fire on the shield to break the shield down so that you can get in and you can deliver the final strike against the Death Star itself, right? That wasn't gonna happen on Atari, right? That just wasn't gonna happen, okay? So instead, what you have is Yar's Revenge, where everything is shifted over to like one side. Oh, can I flip the box over? There we go. There we go. If I can control this. So there's a representation of how the game would look. You are the little pink bug in the middle. And then you can see the shield, the red crescent around the quotile. The quotile being the cosmic entity that is bearing down on your world and trying to devour everyone. And you've got the neutral zone, which is a barrier that prevents weapons from working. Yours and the enemies. And then finally you've got, on the left there, you've got the Zolon cannon. Once you've broken through the shield of the quotile, you fire the Zolon cannon and hit the quotile. It's the only thing that can actually kill it. And Howard Scott Warshaw went into so much depth about his ideas of how he imagined the world to be, that the origins of the Yar, the beings, the little bug beings, that they ended up going, you know what, we're going to make a comic out of this. So copies of Yar's Revenge actually included a short comic book for you to read to understand the backstory of the Yar and the quotile and everything that's going on in Yar's Revenge. The reason why it's called Yar's Revenge, because they are taking revenge on all their fallen comrades after the quotile attacked their planet. It's not the first time that there was story in a video game, but it's the first time that it really felt like the story was important. And it's another reason why I'm a big fan of Howard Scott Warshaw, because like he was so enthralled with everything. Enthralled with the idea of making not just games but making worlds, you know? And I try to bring that to my creative efforts, is not to necessarily create a single story. And I actually take a lot of inspiration from something that I heard Stan Lee talking about as well, is that Stan Lee said that, okay, cool, you've got a great idea for a comic book. You've written this story out and you've got this hero and he does this thing and, you know, he fights the villain and it's a really cool story and you've got these really interesting character dynamics and everything. So what are you going to do next? You know? And that question, that really hits to the heart of a lot of creatives. You know? What are you doing next? If it's a single release, like a graphic novel or something, it's all self-contained, fine. But you're talking about a video game industry, you're talking about a comic book industry. You need something to do next. You can't just have this single flash in a pan. You can't have this 30-page comic and then nothing to happen next. You know? You gotta have another idea. And this idea of building worlds instead of building singular stories, it's really something that's important, especially now in modern game development. Taking it to space next. It is in space. Yar's Revenge is in space. But yeah, like the whole concept is, you know, creating this world. What are you doing next? And unfortunately, there wasn't a follow-up to Yar's Revenge. That's probably one of the saddest things on Atari, is that there wasn't a Yar's Revenge 2. There was a fan-made game that Atari basically adopted. A fan-made game, and Atari liked it so much that they were like, yeah, we'll consider this canon. And Atari started to include, or I should say At Games started to include Yar's Revenge 2, which was a fan game, like I said, on official Atari licensed products. So that was cool. But Yar's Revenge 2 was never something that actually existed. It wasn't made by Howard Scott Warshaw. and it was never a thing on Atari. It was actually created in the 2000s, I believe. Like mid 2000s, I think. Maybe even been 2010 now that I think about it suddenly. But yeah. But yeah, the idea of these flies, these super evolved flies from the Razak solar system, called the Yars. It's all about creating this amazing world, and there they are. That's how Howard Scott Warshaw perceived Yars at the time. These flies, but the comic book, see, it's got it there. Look, new inside, Yars' Revenge from Atari, action-packed comic book. The actual damn, Howard Scott Warshaw is ripped. The actual comic book, I wonder if they have it here. Oh wow, there's a lot to look at for Yars' Revenge. Let's go through this. Let's go through this. Damn, man. Dude's ripped. There is not a gram of fat on that guy. Holy crap. That is one sexy nerd. The opportunity to produce entertainment to potentially millions of people. Well, that was something I'd always dreamed of, and I never knew how I'd get there. But now that I had this opportunity, I didn't want to waste it. So this is probably at the Santa Clara campus, right? Atari had a campus at Santa Clara where they did most of their engineering and the game development stuff. But it's also where they would go outside and they would just like play frisbee, hacky sack, sunbathe, go into a pool, and you know, just chill and have a good time. Have this really soft work environment. I don't want to call it it's not a hard work environment. It's not like nose to the grindstone, you have to get everything done. It's a soft work environment where the work that you did was enabled by your sense of wonder and exploration and the sheer amount of drugs they took. A signed copy. Warshaw was the first Atari designer to be officially credited for his own game. There we go. He was the first one to be credited. Good grief. This is in 1982. Take into consideration, Atari had been around for 5 years at this point. And aside from Warren Robinett, who snuck his name into Adventure, this was the first official reveal of this was created by Howard Scott Warshaw. And you gotta take into consideration as well that Atari milked that, you know? They used Howard Scott Warshaw as a, you know, this guy's a rock star. If he's made the game, it's gonna be good. You know, that's probably the only reason that they started doing crediting. Wasn't because they felt like we should give credit to our creatives. In fact, there's no way that Ray Kassar would have given credit to their creative team if he didn't have to. I don't think. He had very low opinion on them. But the power... Why is it that every time I'm about to say something, Kiko says almost the exact same thing I'm about to say? The power of business decisions. Making, marketing and fame, yeah. Warshaw was... Oh, yeah, I read that. Also, you can see in the background what the co-tile is. And the co-tile is essentially a Galactus. You know, it's like Galactus from Marvel. I'll just stop thinking. Thank you, it helps me. It sucked. Designing Yars' Revenge. There was no one way to make a VCS game. That's true. Everyone was coming at it at different angles, trying to figure out the best way to make the game that they wanted to make. They had an idea, you know. It's like, okay, I've got this concept of this fly that can shoot and eat the shields of this galactic entity. And, you know, you had to... But you had to figure out how to do it. You had to figure out how to bring it together. And everyone had different ways of doing it. It wasn't so much a science at this point. It was more like magic. Oh, well, we'll throw a little bit of this in, and we'll throw a little bit of that in, and we'll try to do it like this, and oh, look, it works. But for a while, it sucked as a game. Oh, let's hear this story.
So I looked over this game. It was Star Castle. I played it a bunch. I thought about it on the VCS. I looked it over and I realized, holy crap, this is going to suck. This is absolutely suck. And I could not afford to have my first project suck.
Absolutely.
I did a little preparation, and then I marched myself into Dennis Cobal's office, and I said, look, instead of doing this, I'd like to do this. This is something that I think uses some of the basic game ideas, but I think this is something that would work on the system. This other one won't work. And I just made this little presentation to him. And to his credit, he said, okay, you know what? Go for it.
Yeah.
The first thing I put up on the screen was an animation.
We're a good idea. We're a good idea. You know? You've been given this order from the higher-ups. You need to make one of these. And then the developer says, no, I can't. But I can make something similar. And the higher up at the time was like, okay, do what you think you can do. You'd never get away with that today. Can you imagine, like, Xbox? Or, you know, like, id Software or your Bethesda? Can you imagine that being at Bethesda and Todd Howard comes up to you and he's like, alright, so what we need is, we need you to make one of these, and it needs to look like this, okay? And it just needs to work. It just needs to work. And you turn around and you say, sorry, Howard. Sorry, Mr. Howard. I can't, that ain't gonna work. But I can do something similar. But what you've asked isn't even actually possible. And then Todd Howard turning around and saying anything other than you're fired. You know? That's mind-boggling to me. It's like if Todd Howard tells you I need Skyrim but more, you say yes, sir. You know, and you start working on Elder Scrolls 6 eventually. Or you're like, okay, we like what you did with Fallout 3. Can you make a better one? And you know, yeah, we could do that. You know, you just have to say it just works as a free pass. I mean, Todd gets to say that. I don't. So it's like Todd comes along. It's like, okay, we need a Skyrim, but like better. And like, won't work. Literally, we cannot get that to run. Oh, okay, you're fired. You know, and then they go over to Obsidian. You know, that's basic. It's kind of like what happened. It's like, okay, so we've got we got Fallout 3, and it's really, really good, but we want to do a better one. We don't have the time. Okay, cool. You're fired. Obsidian, would you like to make a better? Would you like to make a better Fallout? Yes, we would. Funnily enough, we had some ideas.
This is something that I think uses some of the basic game ideas.
Oh dear.
But I think this is something that would work on the system. This other one.
Executives listening to creatives? What?
And to his credit, he said, okay, you know what? Go for it. The first thing I put up on the screen was an animated character. Most people use a block.
Look at him go.
Start working out their game mechanics and stuff like that. I put up an animation. That was the first thing I put up on a screen. And people would go by and they go, wow, that looks cool. What does it do? I'd be like, nothing. That's what it does. It is.
I completely understand that perspective because I've been learning to code. I've mentioned this a few times now. You may have heard me talking about it. I've been learning to code. And the amount of times that I've been going through and learning to do stuff, and I've gone, okay, I can do this. Yeah, okay, I can type that. I can add that. And then I've got a thing, and there's an image on the screen, and I'm like, brilliant! What does it do? Nothing. That was me just getting it there. It's like, oh, if I fiddle with this, I can change the color. Oh, that's cool. Okay, and if I do this, I can make it rotate. Oh, cool, cool. What does it do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's just learning the absolute basics of getting it to work and getting things to show up on the screen. You know, that's the thing. That is the basics of game design, you know, getting something to show up on the screen. Oh, wow. I genuinely understand where he's coming from.
Because they want to start working out their game mechanics and stuff like that. I put up an animation. That was the first thing I put up on a screen. And people would go by and they go, wow, that looks cool. What does it do? I'd be like, nothing. That's what it does.
It is there,
I'm still
yeah.
working on it, don't worry. It's like, and then it got to the point where it was time to actually play it and have some of this stuff. So I had achieved my goal of trying to make something interesting. And it sucked as a game. And I was exactly caught in a place I didn't want to be. So what I did was I started taking feedback, which was extremely painful. To hear people telling me how much my game sucked. The only thing that really made it tolerable was that I wasn't so self-deluded at that point that I didn't realize it sucked also. Until I worked out making some of the changes and getting it through, I was in very bad shape. And I was feeling some very negative feedback from some other people. And I was feeling, you know, I'm usually the person who's hardest on myself. And that was a tough time for me. And I had to get through that before I could hear what people were saying and start to work on it. And I had to release myself from, but I have to have this, but I have to have this. You know, as a therapist, I always catch people.
That's true. Yeah. And this is true. It's not just true of making video games, but it's true of like anything creative. Is the hardest part is knowing what things to leave out. It's like you could have all of these ideas. Like if you were making a Zelda game, a game that was similar in many ways to Legend of Zelda, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna make like 100 different items, you know? There's gonna be a hook shot, there's gonna be a boomerang, there's gonna be a bow, there's gonna be a magic carpet, there's gonna be a cape that turns you invisible, we're gonna have bombs, we're gonna have different kind of bombs, we're gonna have all of these we're gonna have multiple hook shots so you can do the claw shot thing from Twilight Princess, we're gonna have the beetle from Skyward Sword. We're going to put 100 different items into this game. But the problem is that sounds awesome, right? Just on the face of it, as a player, as someone who wants to play a Zelda game, that sounds amazing, right? That's something I want. I want to be able to play through this game and not even get half of the necessary items, so that next time I play it, I'll get a different 10 or 20 items to make my way to go through, you know? So every time you play it, it's going to be different. But the problem is, you have to then... You can't just put the items in. You need the mechanics connected to those items. What makes a hook shot and a grapple hook different? What makes... the boomerang, sometimes the boomerang and the hook shot is very similar. But what makes them different? Why is there two different kinds of bomb? And you need to have a reason for all of that. And not only that, you need to have a reason in-game for all of that. So if you've got these puzzles scattered throughout the world, you have to be able to have your player get from point A to point B with the items in their bag. And if they can't, because they don't have a required item, that means they're going to have to backtrack. That means they're going to have to redo a big part of the dungeon. That means that they've encountered a progression stopper, that they can no longer play the game the way that they want to, the way that you envision, you know? Oh, if there's 100 items in the game, the players can play it however they want. Until they reach that one moment where, damn it, I need the second type of bomb. So you need to be able to make the items relevant to the game world and the gameplay. The last thing you want is for your player to end up in a boss fight where they literally cannot deal damage to the boss because they don't have the right weapon or item or tool or accessory or what have you. And so the more items you put in, the more difficult that becomes. You can't make the puzzles overly complex. You can't have them rely on particular items and objects and weapons that you pick up through the game because they may not have that when they encounter this puzzle. They get around that in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, where in dungeons where, or I say dungeons, in shrines where you need a particular item, they will provide that item. In Tears of the Kingdom, in the shrines that say, you need to shoot this enemy with a bow, they provide you with a bow. You may already have one, but they'll provide you with one to be sure. And that kind of defeats the whole puzzle, doesn't it? It kind of... Well, if the idea is that you need to explore to find these items, but you don't have the item, then you can't progress. That's bad. But if the game is just going to give you that item and say, here you go, here's the item, there's no satisfaction in that either. So it's a really hard balance. And that's what I mean, like, that's where it's important to understand what you're going to leave out. And speaking of Zelda, it's something that Eiji Aonuma has spoken about. It's something that Shigeru Miyamoto has spoken about. Miyamoto especially, when he was talking about making these games for the first time, you know, the ideas that went into Mario, the ideas that went into Zelda, the ideas that went into Metroid, the ideas that went into Ice Climbers and Kid Icarus and all these games, you know, what they had to do was they go, okay, so we've got these loads of different ideas. Oh, wouldn't it be cool if this character had a sword? Wouldn't it be cool if this character was able to ride a mount? Wouldn't it be really cool if this character could do that? And Miyamoto, with his team, with Tezuka and a bunch of the other developers, the early developers, I've forgotten what his name is now. All these early developers on the NES, they sat down and they went, okay, hold on a second. We need to be able to make our games differentiable, right? So what they did is they took a bunch of... They had like a pile of game mechanics, and they had them literally written out on pieces of paper, and they separated them out, and they went, right, this is a Mario mechanic, this is a Zelda mechanic. This is a mechanic for another game. This will be a mechanic for a third or fourth game. Okay, this one will work in Zelda. This one will work in Mario. And they separated out the mechanics so that all of the games had a full accompaniment of mechanics and not a lot of crossover. And it was all about figuring out, no, we don't want that in Zelda because then it would be too much like Mario. No, we don't want that in Mario because it would be too much like Metroid. we don't want this in Kid Icarus because it would be the same as Mario. You know, that kind of a thing. And it's such a hard task to hold yourself back sometimes when you've got these amazing ideas and you just go, but it's not going to work. And you have to accept that. And you have to say to yourself, that's not going to work. I'm going to have to take something out. That can be so heartbreaking.
And that was a tough time for me.
So yeah,
And
I can
had to
understand
get
that being a
through
tough
that
time, yeah.
Before I could hear what people were saying and start to work on it. And I had to release myself from, but I have to have this, but I have to have this.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, as a therapist, I always catch people when they say, I have to. I always love, people say, you know, I have to, but I have to do this. And I always stop and I say, look, you don't have to. Obviously, you don't have to because you're not doing it. Right?
Yeah, true.
You don't have to, but you could, but there's probably a reason you're not. And the reason I'm able to give that lesson to my clients now is because I had to get over that.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
had this have to that was making things not work. And until I could let that go, I couldn't make the game succeed. And when I did, it forced me to think in new ways, to think outside the box.
This is going to sound really strange, but it's because they always tell you to think outside the box, right? He's saying there it's a new way. It forced me to think of new ways and to think outside the box. In a lot of aspects, that is true. You know, you had to find new ways to program to be able to get things to work that are not possible. The Atari simply cannot do this. We talked about that with the explosion in Yars' Revenge, how that was portrayed on screen was a visual depiction of the actual game code, and that's the only way they could fit it. Is because it looks kind of like almost like a random explosion sort of sequence, but instead it is actually a graphical representation of the source code, which means it didn't cost any extra storage to include that explosion and to be able to produce something that the Atari in big inverted commas couldn't do. But it also requires you to learn to think inside the box. And those are the straight limitations. You cannot do this. There's walking a fine line. You want to be walking on the very edge of that box. You want to be able to see your limitations of the box as well as the wide ocean beyond, right? You need to be able to grasp ideas from that wide ocean and figure out how you're going to fit it inside the box, because the limitations of the box are sometimes so strict and so unchanging that it's not going to move. And that's the reality. You're never going to be able to put Doom. Well, actually, you kind of can. Skip that one. You're never going to be able to put a game like Super Mario Kart. Not even Super Mario Kart. Mario Kart 8. You're never going to get that working on an Atari. You know? You might be able to get some ideas from Mario Kart 8, but it's never going to be Mario Kart 8. Sometimes someone needs to tell you no. Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of one of the big issues with the Star Wars stuff. Is that I feel like a lot of the problems with Star Wars Episode 1, 2, and 3 is simply because in A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, there was an executive, mostly in the first one actually, there was an executive over George Lucas's shoulder telling him no. In the prequel trilogy, he was the executive. And he kept saying yes. Every time. Oh yeah, we can put that in it. Kind of like, in a way, kind of like, No Man's Sky, to bring it back to video games. Every time, there was an interview, about about No Man's Sky, they just kept saying, one after another, yes, that'll be in the game. Yes, this'll be in the game. Yes, that'll be in the game. That'll be in the game. Yeah, this'll be in the game. And in the end, it kept saying yes, but ultimately, they couldn't do that. those that option wasn't available for them. And so it's kind of like the opposite of the problem with Star Wars. In Star Wars, George Lucas kept saying yes, and he didn't need that, you know? It's like, no, George, you don't need that. But he kept saying yes anyway, and he kept putting stuff in the game. Whereas with Hello Games and No Man's Sky, they kept saying yes, but then the programmers are going, there's absolutely no way we can do that, and so the answer is no, you know? So it's kind of like I guess it's not exactly the same, but because they kept saying yes, this is what we're going to put into the game, it created expectations that weren't possible. So yeah, sometimes you just need to say no. You need to disappoint someone now. And if someone says to you, "Can we land on a comet?" You have to say, "No, probably not." A small disappointment now is so much better than saying, "Oh, absolutely, you can land on a comet," and then in 5 years' time, when the game actually releases, there's no way you can land on a comet. You know. Someone's got this idea in their mind, oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go find a comet and land on it. And then when you actually get the game, there's not even a comet to land on. You know? It's better to do the no now than the, oh, by the way, yeah, we didn't do any of that.
And to go come up with some other left field solution. And when I made those changes, then suddenly yours was really good.
Yeah, I really like Yar's Revenge. I love Yar's Revenge. It's a really good game. What's in a name? Once a game was complete, the next task was deciding on a name and a storyline for the marketing material. Howard Scott Warshaw found inspiration for his characters' names in the most unlikely of places. The executive floor at Atari Inc. Yeah. So, okay. So, the name Yar, it's Ray backwards. As in, Ray Kassar. The name of the solar system that Yar's Revenge takes place in is Razak, which is Kassar backwards. So, yeah.
One of the product managers came by who was responsible for this product, and he goes, hey, well, we're working on naming your game. And I said, can I make a submission? Can I submit a name? And he goes, sure, why not? I said, okay, I tell you what, come by here tomorrow morning. I said, you guys won't have it settled by tomorrow, will you? He goes, no. I said, come by tomorrow morning, I will have something for you. I will have a submission for you. So
the
now
full
I know
story.
What I'm doing for the rest of the evening. I don't know if you ever tried it before. When you just try to make up a new word, everything sounds stupid. At least it does for me. Everything, I can't come up with something that sounds cool. Everything sounds kind of dumb.
Agreed. I have that same problem.
Being the algorithmic thinker that I can be at times, I thought, well, if I can't just spontaneously come up with some name, I should come up with a way to derive the name. I'll come up with an algorithm. It's a simple title. What's going on? Maybe I need an action thing. You know, because it's an action game, I need an action word. I don't know the name of the character, but I thought, you know, revenge. Revenge is a great action word because everybody wants revenge.
Everybody understands revenge,
I'll
absolutely.
Revenge, and now all I need is whose revenge is it? Now I just need the name of the character. And then I thought, well, one of the great ciphers is, you know, writing something backwards. That's never a bad idea. You know, the head of the company's name is Ray Kassar. And Ray spelled backwards, that's Yar. And Yar sounds pretty cool. It's got a Y in it. So it's got like sci-fi, anything with Y's and Z's, you know, and maybe an X somewhere. That's good sci-fi stuff.
Oh,
I sat down and I wrote a 10-page story called The Yarian Revenge of Razak 4. And that was the that was going to be the title of the game, The Yarian Revenge of Razak 4. I stayed all night in the office. I was done like 3:30. I just laid down on the floor in my office and got a little sleep. And then around
I do the same
in
thing.
comes the marketing manager, and so I handed him the package. I go, here you go. This is the package for the story. I didn't realize it fully at the time, but what I had done was I had created the first backstory in the history of video games.
Yeah. Well, there were other stories in video games, like we saw with Warlords. They were 4 sons of a warlord. But yeah, no, this is the first time that someone had gone into that kind of a depth with the story of a video game. And they had this concept of the Yars and the Kotile and why they were seeking revenge, you know? And I love this. I think, for me, the artwork, Hiro Kimura, is another amazing artist at Atari. Hiro Kimura's artwork, it's always got the chrome, you know? He does such a good job of doing the chrome, and it really stands out. It's always shiny and glossy, and you can just feel how smooth that is with your eyeballs, you know? And this image of the fly stood out to me hugely, you know? And this image has just stuck with me for so long. Even since I was a kid. I never played Yars' Revenge as a child. That's the thing. I mentioned that last night. But Yars' Revenge was one of the first games I played when I was learning about emulation. But I always remember this chrome fly. And I remember it from being a kid. And I swear, there used to be a shop in the market, because we used to have like a little indoor market thing in my hometown. And it's still there, actually. But there used to be a stall in that market, and they used to sell Atari games. And one thing I can just imagine, I can kind of still see it in my head, was this image of this chrome fly. And I'm just thinking, that looks like a cool game. And I never played it as a child, but later on I did, and I was not disappointed. Yars' Revenge is by far and away one of my favorite games on Atari. Artwork used in the inside pages of the Yars' Revenge manual by Hiro Kimura. Again, there you've got that chrome fly look, and then you've got the Kotile in the background. The huge Quotile. Not Quotile, Kotile. There's no U in it. It just starts with a Q. Yeah. This Galactus-like entity that's just here to destroy. And, you are the little fly trying to save your planet and your species from this being that just wants to destroy. Is this the manual? Oh no, this is the comic. This is the comic. Here we go. The Kotile Ultimatum. Yars' Revenge. The new recruit is here, sir. Very well, send him in. We'll dispense with preliminaries and get right to business. First, you will learn the secrets of our sacred past. We Yars are actually descendants from the common housefly, still found on planet Earth. Our early ancestors were brought into space, quite accidentally, on board the Earth's first interstellar excursion vehicle. More food supplies, Jake? Put them in Galley 5. Oh, I wish I could go imagine traveling to another star system. Oh, wait. Sure, sorry. I didn't see the full stop there. Sure wish I could go. Imagine traveling to another star system. The ship was launched with a burst of flame and hurtled through Earth's atmosphere. It heads deep into the future. A strange formation just appeared in our path. No time to... Ah! Eventually, this noteworthy ship crashed right here in the Razak solar system, When the radioactive dust finally settled, the flies, miraculously the only survivors, had grown new powers and transformed into magnificent creatures forever known as Yars. We Yars populated the 3rd, 4th, and 5th planets of the Razak solar system, where we established an orderly and productive community. We were able to live peacefully and enjoy our newfound powers. And indeed, our powers are extraordinary. We can fly freely from planet to planet. We can devour any substance and convert it into energy missiles, powerful enough to vaporize solid rock. To protect our peaceful community, we designed the invincible Zorlon cannon. An attack came before we were able to complete the cannon. Our enemy, the Kotile, decimated Planet 4 without warning, dissolving it into a radioactive field. Immediately, our top priority became driving the Kotile from our midst. We must avenge the destruction of Planet 4. We devised a secret plan, making use of our strengths and unfinished cannon until what little known... our unfinished cannon, and what little we know of the enemy. We will now disclose the details of this plan, for your eyes only. The enemy is based on a moon, just across from the neutral zone, which used to be Planet 4. Their base is protected by an energy shield, comprised of cosmic cells. The Kotile hides behind the shield and fires destroyer missiles and worse, something called swirls. We are safe from the destroyer missiles in the neutral zone, but while taking cover there, we lose our own ability to fire and communicate. We are not safe from swirls in the zone. They are deadly anywhere. We prepare for battle, Yars. To prepare for battle, Yars pass through the armament center. Outfitted as warriors, they take off from the base and attempt to complete the following mission. First, a path must be broken through the Kotile shield by firing missiles at it or devouring its cells. Then the Zorlon cannon must be called to do the rest. Because we never finished aiming the aiming system, the cannon is difficult, even dangerous to use, so listen carefully. To summon the cannon, you must devour a cell or touch the Kotile. This will signal to our base to launch the cannon in a horizontal line with your flight course. To aim the cannon, line it up with the Kotile. Communicate back to the base when you're ready to fire. Then fly out of the way fast. If you don't, the cannon will invariably hit you first. Now you have heard our sacred history and learned the details of our battle mission. Now it is time for you to destroy the enemy and avenge our community. And so, another brave Yar flies off to fight the Kotile. Will this one scout have the courage and skill needed to rid the Yars of a ruthless enemy? And most important, can you help him? And there you got the example of the an image of the Razak solar system. You got Planet 3 where the Zorlon cannon is, and you've got the Kotile that have taken up rest. They've even got a ring around them, like you can see it down there, the energy shield. And then you've got the neutral zone, which is a radioactive environment that was caused by the destruction of Razak 4. So it really allows you to put more into the game. And this is what I was saying about a lot of the ideas behind the creation of Atari games. Like, a lot of the stuff, you're not really seeing exactly what it is that you're supposed to see. Your mind has to make conclusions on a lot. You know, you have to imagine into the game. And it's stuff like this, it's stories like this that really do help with that, you know? It really helps to give you a fuller idea of what's going on in Yars' Revenge. I think this looks great. I love that. I love that they look like humanoid flies like this, but then they get all kitted out in this biomechanical armor to look like the chrome version that we see on the cover. That's really cool. Amazing. I love it. Yars' Revenge wall art. Who puts... Hang on. I want to hope that that sticker is actually on a piece of plastic. Who the hell puts a price sticker on some wall art? Oh, we got another one. The Fly theatrical commercial. To sell Yars' Revenge, Atari produced a 2-minute commercial. A 2-minute commercial? With state-of-the-art computer graphics that ran in movie theaters in 1982. Produced by the pioneering computer graphics and advertising firm Robert Abel and Associates. The ad starred actor Rod Davidson as a game designer dreaming up new ideas. You reckon these arts exist on display? Ooh, you know what? Probably. I have to have a look at that.
A fly. I'll have a mutant fly. Hello, Yar. You'll need some protection. Ion zone. Shift chroma. Intensify.
There we go.
Okay, now you'll need some weapons. You have a formidable enemy. The Cotile. Watch it, Yar. He has a lethal drone. And some other tricks up his sleeve. Spiral. Go. Good move, Yar. Now I have a surprise for you.
This is cool.
Sorlon cannon. Use it, Yar. Fire again.
There we go.
That's revenge.
That's revenge.
A video game. Yeah, this can be fun. This can be a lot of fun. Like asteroids.
Oh, this ad is sick.
Do it. Beautiful. Watch it. Disintegrate. Now let's go into deeper space. Galactic map.
Oh, this is Star Raiders.
Hyperspace. Sights in.
Yeah, this is Star Raiders.
Attack. Steady. Stand by. Photons. Star Raiders. That's it. Star Raiders. That'll keep them on their toes. Let's see what we can come up
beware
with
of flashing lights, I guess.
We're Atari. We have the vision, and we invented the technology to bring the excitement home to you.
That is such a good ad. Oh my goodness. If I was in the 70s, oh, I suppose the 80s, 1982. If I was in the 80s and I didn't have an Atari already, I would have gone, you know what? I don't need movies anymore. I'm going straight to Sears and I'm picking up an Atari. Good lord, that was amazing. Or a good ad. Making the ad? There's a making of in Atari Age. Nice. And the Reimagined series. Hang on a minute. There's a reimagined Yars' Revenge. I'm curious about this one. Let's have a little look. Oh, it's just like a really shiny Yars' Revenge. Okay. Yars' Revenge Enhanced. Modern visuals and driving soundtrack enhance the digital Eclipse tribute to Howard Scott Warshaw's classic Atari VCS shooter. The original gameplay remains largely untouched, but the presentation befits a 50th anniversary celebration. Let's take a look. Because I was saying about if I could make my own Yars Revenge. Okay, I could kind of see where they're going with this. Ooh, there we go. Trying to avoid that that drone there. Gotta try and drag it into the neutral zone. Missed. Oh, so close. Oh, here he goes. It's still using the original sound effects as well, which I really like. Oh no, I crashed into my own Zolon cannon. Right, I'm gonna have to wait until I can get that drone out here. There he goes. Hey, this isn't too bad. Yeah, this is a, like you say, a worthy remix. Oh, I still got the moving version, like, yeah. Oh, damn it, I forgot. Oi! Now, okay, that's a bit dodge. Excuse you. Yeah, that thing there, the drone, it was supposed to have been a missile in the original. Oh, look out, look out. Damn. Oh no, I kept doing it in the other game as well towards the end. For some reason I just kept crashing into my own Zolon cannon shot. It's kind of frustrating, not gonna lie. Like, there's absolutely no excuse for it. It's just something I keep doing by accident, and I'm like, I did it again. Why do I keep doing this to myself? Why do I keep shooting myself in the back? Come on, this way, this way. Oh, near miss. Oh, again. come on! You need to be a lot more precise with this version of the original version. Ah, damn it. Oh, come on! There we go, that's a hit. That's a hit. I tell you what, the rumble in the controller is going berserk. Should have been paying attention to what I was doing. Come on. You annoying drone. Yeah, I think they've done a really good thing. Oh, damn. I think they did a really good job of putting this together. Like, it still feels like Yar's Revenge. Obviously, it's a lot more modern with its art style. Oh! I think the hitboxes are a little bit dodgy, not gonna lie. That thing is way bigger than it was in the original. Which makes it a lot harder to dodge. Oh, damn it. And back to the beginning. Okay. Yeah, so this is a really good recreation. A new take on Yar's Revenge. I think if I were to do it, I would do it slightly differently. Like, to begin with, I feel like the character doesn't really look like a Yar. I feel like the character looks more like some kind of a dragonfly sort of thing, rather than a fly or the chrome bug that you see in the artwork. But I can't argue with the results. It's a really good looking take on the classic game. Got it. Is the rumble distracting? It's not like a heavy rumble, it's like a buzz, you know? So it makes my fingers tingle. Ah, damn it! I thought I was being sneaky and gonna dodge the thing, but no. No, apparently. Oh! Oh my goodness! Alright. Fine then, be that way. Oh my goodness. So, let's come on, come on, come on. There we go. Oh. Nearly did it again. Nearly crashed into my own cannon shot. Oh no, it hit the shield! Oh no! Ah! Ooh, stay away. Oh, come on. Got him. There we go. Okay, so it's just the same two designs. I was kind of hoping they'd have different shield configurations, but okay, I get it. It's a really good looking remake, but I tell you what though, tomorrow I'm going to be playing Yar's Revenge Recharge, which is different to this. It's another new take on Yar's Revenge, made by modern Atari. I wish there was some way to get rid of that drone. Like, it should be difficult to kill, but I think it should be killable. Like, if I was to do my own take on Yar's Revenge, I'd have the drone killable. Oh no! I crashed straight into the swirl. Okay. Alright, well, yeah, so that's pretty cool. I really like that one. This was probably one of the better modern retakes on a classic game. So yeah, I really like that. That was really cool. I mean, I like Yar's Revenge anyway, so it's not a surprise really, is it? And oh, that's it. That is the end right there. The summer of 1982, Atari was on top of the world. Its games sold millions of copies each. Millions of people around the world play Atari every day, and major new games were on the horizon. But the video games industry's fortunes were about to turn. And that is the end of Birth of a Console. How far we go? It's just 67% of that one. So there's a few little aspects of Birth of a Console that we kind of skipped over. Some of the design documents, some of the articles and things written in Atari Age magazine. But now we are on to part 3, highs and lows. This is the part that I imagine a lot of people know a little bit about, but don't know a lot about, okay? And what I mean is, everyone has heard of the video games crash of the 80s, you know? What you know is, you know, the video game industry crashed, and then Nintendo came and saved the day. It's a lot more complex than that. Like, a lot of people will put down the video games industry crash in 1982 to the release of E.T. The video game E.T. Which was a licensed game designed by Howard Scott Warshaw for the Atari 2600 and 5200. with the intent, he was given, I think it was 6 weeks to complete the game. He was told, here, watch this movie, now make a video game. You have 6 weeks. It needs to be out in time for Christmas. So, E.T. released, and it was bad. Right? It was bad. And E.T. was then saddled with the blame for the crash of the Atari industry, in the video games industry as a whole in the West. And unfortunately, like, the game, E.T., Howard Scott Warshaw himself, and Atari as a company were all heavily blamed for this crash that occurred in 1982. And that's probably about as far as most people know about the video game crash, except for the fact that then Nintendo swoops in and saves the day. But there's a lot more to it, there's a lot more nuance, and people going back to E.T. now are saying, actually, it wasn't that bad. Oh, hey, Noctum! Welcome to the stream. We're just about to finish. Thank you for coming, and do check out the stream, because this one's been... I've really liked this one. This is where I've been able to chat a lot about some of the things that they've been talking about in here, because this is the sort of stuff that I understand and stuff that I know, and something that I've experienced myself personally. There's a lot of myself in this particular stream. But yeah, I'm looking forward to coming back with part 3, Highs and Lows. The way I'm going to do this is that I'm going to set aside one day every week to watch, to go through one of these segments. So, even though the Atari week will be ending tomorrow with the Recharge games, I'll still come back to Atari 50 next week, and we'll look at Highs and Lows, and then the week after we'll do Dawn of PCs, and then the week after we'll do the 1990s and beyond. So we're still going to come back, we're not going to leave it there. This is an amazing journey through the history of Atari, through understanding everything really that you need to know about developing games at this era, you know? The sort of stuff that it's important to understand when looking back at these games. We come from an era where we don't truly, fully appreciate, I feel, the luxuries that we have with modern gaming. All these high-end graphics and complex game mechanics that interact with one another. And looking back at these games, they seem primitive. Sometimes they may even seem just plain bad. But when you see it from the perspective of the people who were there, who played the games like myself, or who made the games, like the folks that we've seen throughout this entire video series so far, you get to better appreciate the sort of things that they went through and the sort of out-of-the-box thinking they had to do to get the Atari games to run. And it's such a wonderful experience, and I strongly, strongly recommend to everyone to watch these, because it's important to understand gaming history. I feel like it's really important, because to understand where we are and to fully appreciate where we are today, you need to see where we've been. And the Atari 50, even if you don't watch my streams, I highly recommend. It's available on PC, it's available on PlayStation, it's available on Xbox. I'm currently playing it on Switch. Check it out. Go through it for yourself. Look at it little by little. And play all the other games. All the games I didn't get a chance to play. You know, have a go. Find games that you like for yourself. Because this truly is the origin of video games right here. And it's really... I feel like it's important. Hey Mint, welcome to the stream. It's important to me, and I think it should be generally important, especially if you're someone who's thinking, hey, you know what, I think I want to make some video games. Start small. Start simple. Start with elemental games, like the Atari 2600, like the ColecoVision, like the Intellivision, like the Magnavox Odyssey. Start small and understand the mindset of the person who has never seen a video game before and then is being asked to make one. I think that's something right there, isn't it? Like, you got to appreciate that. These are people who have never seen a video game, and their job was to invent them. Every day, like I said earlier, every day, they were coming up with not just new games, but entirely new genres of game. Understand the fundamentals. Exactly. It's all about understanding the fundamentals. And it's not a bad idea to just know your history in general anyway. Who knows? You could be watching this, and then you go out to a pub or to a club or something that you're doing, and you could easily win a trivia contest because of something that you've seen in these videos. Also understand the fundamentals of damn bats. Yeah, the bats. The bats of adventure and the bats of haunted house. Ah, dear. Yeah, the bats. So, I think I'm gonna... It is after 11, so we're gonna call that there for this evening. And I want to thank everyone who's joined me so far in this journey. Like I said, we are going to continue tomorrow with... Hang on, let me switch over to chatting. We're going to be continuing tomorrow with Atari Recharged. I'll be picking up a few games. We'll be looking at Yars' Revenge Recharged. We're probably going to be looking at Berserk Recharged. Even though we couldn't play the original game, I'm still going to play some Berserk. Maybe I'll do some Centipede and Asteroids as well. So I hope you'll join me for that one. And you'll join me when we continue this journey next week with highs and lows of Atari. It's this is going to be a little bit harrowing, because this is where it all went wrong. So, with that, I will say, be good to yourselves, be excellent to each other, play more old video games. Like I said yesterday, they may not be here tomorrow. So play them while you can. And until next time, I wish you all peace and high scores. Good night, everyone.